a sound tech, make sure everything's working and in order. Let me check real quick, make sure. Not quite sure. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one is delete. Hello. Okay.
We win. Yep.
Okay. I got that one straightened out. I'm pretty sure I do. So now
I've had a weird day so far. Everything and anything's going on.
yeah.
Yeah. I stuck a jacket on just now and I realised there was a massive stain there. Then I spilled some coffee. And then I forgot to go down to the supermarket earlier, so this is my last cigarette of the day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. Various other things have been just going on weird today. It's just been. It's a Friday the 13th or something.
Let me check.
No,
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 nine
it's
four.
the 12th.
You you dodged a bullet that time. If it's a bad day and it was Friday the 13th, you're in some deep shit, dude. Okay, so we have got to get you up on the background. I noticed that.
Was I savor my last cigarette of
This,
the entire day?
well, take and put your ashtray next to you, and then put it out. Take a
Yeah.
couple hits, and then put it out, and take another couple. And measure yourself every 15, 20 minutes.
That? Seriously?
That's how
Seriously?
it's done, man.
I feel like I'm some sort of prison inmate at the moment.
That is weird.
Uh, POW, yeah, German POW or something.
Let me,
Uh,
let me check. I gotta figure out which one of these is actually our strength. There. Okay, we found it. So I've got the audio coming through on Rumble. MC Dirty Work is in chat on YouTube. Thank you for being here, MC Dirty Work, and forgive Mark for his insolence. He doesn't understand how great America is. We are the greatest nation on the face of this planet since the beginning of creation. And then,
yeah, how is
so,
great, your great ego?
well, we'll get to that here in a minute once we start the show. I'm just at the moment testing sound to make sure everything's working. There we go. You sounded good on D Live. I've got Twitch opened up, which is pretty much useless, but I'll stream on there anyhow. I've had like 39 followers on there for like the last 8 months.
Okay, I was looking at the Rumble figures on the Patreon, and I'm seeing 30, 40 figures. Oh, no, 30, 40.
Yeah,
Each,
for this one.
roughly.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, I was just going through everything on the Patreon.
Yeah.
Patreon, yeah. And yeah, I was just looking at numbers.
Oh, like the views and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I re-listened to I listened to a 50-minute clip earlier, and I almost forgot that interview that we had with Fee. I almost forgot all about it.
Hmm.
So,
Now, Pill, dude. When you brought Pill up, that was pretty cool because like that kind of goes back into some of the stuff that we were talking about last season as well. So this is going to be cool. and it actually opened it up to where we can go into not only the rebuilding of Europe, but German reunification and the EU.
Okay.
So I mean, it fits in perfect. It's just
Yeah.
so
Richard von Voloff, whatever he's called. It's a name I haven't heard in many, many, many moons.
what was the name again? You kind of went out there.
Richard von Coudenhove,
Yeah,
Kalergi? Yeah, that bloke. That one.
Coudenhove, Richard von
Go.
Coudenhove. Uh,
What is how do you pronounce the second part of that surname?
Kalergi.
Kalergi, of course. Sorry, I'm going blind.
Since
Man.
last week, we discussed freaking the stab in the back theory. I'm gonna bring out the Kalergi plan, and we're gonna
Oh,
discuss it. We're gonna discuss it, and we're gonna talk about the facts and not the fiction behind it, and how it relates
hmm.
to the EU. Because this is gonna get
Colon Steel Community. Okay, we're talking about Colon Steel Community. What we're talking about 1960s, 70s, 80s.
yeah. We are. Well, we'll get into that. Don't want to do no spoiler
I mean,
alerts.
technically, we were talking about the issues of the cheese mountains last night, and that could easily fit into that.
The cheese mountains.
Oh, the milk mountains. The
Nice.
milk mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I never
Climbed
cheese
those.
mountains.
Yeah.
Mountains made of cheese.
I can just see, what was that, 1960s theatre then? Climb every mountain. Oh,
I'm still stuck on the cheese mountain thing. So
okay. Sound of Music. Yeah, Sound of Music. Yeah, I can just imagine seeing me climb up every mountain on top of a cheese mountain.
That's just horrible. That is horrible.
Yeah.
Now I used to keep it on D Live, but D Live annoys me now, so I'm not going to watch. I know that it's running on D Live, I believe, and I'm fine with that. But like every time I leave that tab, the
Mm.
screen stops and it annoys the hell out of me. So I'm
Can you just get in its own separate window? And,
well, I just don't like it. You know what I mean? That's really annoying that it does that. You know, so um,
I
I'm
mean, that's the advantage of having multiple monitors, having just one load of
well,
tabs in one screen, having no tabs in another screen.
it annoys me when does it on like regular videos for YouTube too. So I ain't saying
Mm.
that it's just D Live that does it, but I'm sick of that crap. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh,
annoying.
yeah. That's one of the most annoying things about the Minds mobile application. If you're just switching between, let's say, two applications, Minds mobile application on, I don't know, browser, whatever you're listening to on Minds,
It'll stop.
pauses.
Yep,
Yeah.
I hate that. So it's good on D Live. We've got D Live up and going. I'll go in and I will check D Live for uh, comments and stuff. But other than that, I'm not going to stay on there. I more or less want to.
Besides, one of the comments, one is the live one of the comments that will come up on the sidebar.
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
Okay, I know some do, some don't.
Now MC Dirty Work is showing up on YouTube. I know
Yeah,
Twitch will
yeah.
do it, and I believe that that Kick will do it as well, but I'm not quite sure on that one. So, with that being said, I guess the best thing to do is for us to do an introduction and get the show going on. So, you ready?
When you are.
Okay, so three, two, one, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. We are here with Mark Edworthy to
Hi.
go further into our research on Europe, and eventually get to modern day. We already finished in the last episode on World War II and all of the history that was there. We're wanting to leave that behind, but I do want to say something. We've had an epiphany. It was actually Mark Edworthy who had an epiphany, and it fired off a certain chain of events that led us back to the Peelites and the pill reforms that took place in history. Now, I went ahead and I pulled up some information about pill and the pill reforms that I feel pertain to what we're going to be discussing. Um, Now, with that being said, I'm also going to kind of rehash some of the stuff that took place with Otto von Bismarck in Germany as well, because I think that those two together kind of fits into what it is that I'm wanting to do with this presentation. You know what I mean? Because like I said, this is a lot of information, and if we tried to cover everything when it comes to Europe and the history of Europe, we would be here for years and years on end. I don't know if you agree with me on that, Mark, but
Yeah. We're going to need, I don't know, considering that we split these into 12 episodes per series, we're going to need 2 or 3, potentially
right
more series. Yeah.
now, how these two fit in is because there's something about European governance that I've noticed, and when it comes to the history of European governance, you start seeing a recurring pattern where each of the states respond to like periods of uh, uh, rapid social or like economic changes, and the way they do that is they usually implement like, well, I guess you could call it structured interventions that are designed to stabilize their form of society at that time period.
Social economic. Yeah, social economic.
Right.
Yeah, interventions.
Now, with that being said, that's where I bring up the pill reforms. Okay, um, because you can see that in some of his reforms that he did. And I was talking the other night or last night on a stream that me and you were in about how that to me seemed odd when it came to pill. You know what I mean? Um, because his reforms that he put in place, it was in Britain, um, and well, we'll get to that here in a minute. But also, you had Otto Bismarck, who also put he did his reforms as well, which were welfare reforms, and he did that in Germany. Now, um, with Pill, his was more aimed towards a police state and population management control. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure if I would call it a police state, because the principle of policing by the public consent. I think.
Well, I would go as far as saying it's uh, um, well, institutional police enforcement. You know what I mean? Rather than private police enforcement. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
before,
yeah, but still with the agreement of the public as a whole.
we'll find out as we go through this just how much consent, you know what I mean, the people actually have when it comes to this, because it's very interesting. It kind of gets into some of the stuff that I've been
I
talking
mean,
with you
yeah,
about.
you've got to be a bit careful here because what's happening in recent years, and especially at this present moment, sort of muddies this sort of argument.
Well,
Yeah,
the deal about these two individuals is a lot of the stuff they did. It really resonates real deep. Went into like the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War, and you can really see how each case played out. You know what I mean? Because like,
okay. I'm not so sure if I would agree with the Peel reforms being sort of European in context. I would call it more British in context. The European sort of policing model, mainland continent, Europe, has a much more, has a different approach to policing
well,
than Britain.
I think it's more laid back than what Britain's is, because like when you take a look at the things taking place today, like the farmers who protested in Paris got away with a
Yeah,
lot more with a lot.
I'm talking about traditionally post-Peel, but of course things have dramatically
Well, I'm saying they got
changed in the
away.
last
They got away with,
last years.
but they got away with a lot more with a lot less consequences. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It,
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that one, but let you carry on with your argument.
you know.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm getting at is these governments after the Second World War, they did recognize that like that social pressure could threaten order. You know what I mean? And because of that, they sought to address a lot of the pressure that was taking place, and they did that through what they referred to as preventative measures. Okay, um, that meant that they had to implement institutionalized authorities, and also they also made programs that gave incentive to compliance. You know what I mean? Um, that right there to them was a way of demonstrating like the continuity of government strategies, and they've done that for well over a century now. Yeah. And the best way of saying it is like when it comes to the pill reforms, um, uh, the pill reforms were introduced in the early 19th century, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
18, I can remember, but 1819, 1820.
Right. And that focused primarily on professionalizing the police. Um, and what that really was doing is it was rationalizing the administration of law and order, basically. You know what I mean? They were actually coming up with professional police forces during that time. And, and something that really stuck out to me whenever I first found out about this stuff is the War of 1812, believe it or not. Um, Now, after the War of 1812 here in the United States, when D.C. was burned to the ground, they rebuilt Washington, D.C., And after it was rebuilt, that was when the first official police force was organized here in the United States. It was in Washington, D.C. It wasn't nationally, but I can understand that because of the territory. You know what I mean? How much territory it had to cover. So it could have been a real big issue of trying to make it a federal thing where every city had a police force. You know what I mean?
You remember at this time, well, the United States didn't really exist, so as it is now, so it was more the sort of federal system as the US know now didn't exist, so it would have been a lot more difficult pre 18 or 1860, 1870.
They had a federal government.
Yes, but it wasn't as
It wasn't.
unified.
I would actually say that after the War of 1812, when this took place, that's when nationalist movements actually started taking place here in the United States. It's where it kind
Yeah,
of.
but it is a snowball effect, isn't it?
Hmm.
I mean, these things don't happen just overnight.
Right. Now, what it basically is it's creating a centralized police force, and that would include like standardized procedures, and things of that way. Because of the pill reforms, the British state basically established like mechanisms, and these mechanisms, believe it or not, they originally were set up according to his reforms in order to prevent disorder. It was also to regulate urban populations.
Okay.
Besides,
Yeah. Technically, it was wasn't it the reforms created after, or actually not after. It was just during the 1819 Peterloo massacre.
yep, that's
Yeah.
exactly the time period. That's what we were discussing during the time that we were talking about the pill, or about the pill reforms, I believe, because there was a lot of dissidents going on. Those English people were up there causing trouble, and I believe what it was didn't guards or something start slashing into the crowd and killing a bunch of people?
Think so. I've got to remind myself of the history, but yeah, economic slump, because um, well, I was going to say famine, but it wasn't famine technically. It was just harvests fail, and it's that transition from um, pre-Napoleonic to post-Napoleonic, when um, there was a lot more emphasis on cities and on the Industrial Revolution. People moving out of the countryside,
Hmm.
moving out of being farm hands into sort of I don't know, into cities, into areas such as cotton weaving and um, all those sort of more industrial sort of industries.
Right. And the industrial age was coming coming. You know what I mean? Like the industrial age caused a lot of that, where a lot of the people in the rural areas were moving into the cities, and then you had actual workers in the 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 factories and the warehouses that were being treated harshly, and they weren't being paid properly. So that caused a lot of socialist problems during that time period. And this is where it really all comes into, because you had these socialist movements that were talking really, really radical. they're not like the socialists of today where they are willing to cooperate with the government. They wanted a uh, complete. They wanted the complete destruction of I was of
Society.
no
Oh,
not
not
no
society.
no it's of where we have a oh god, I'm having a brain fart right now. The economics,
Okay, I was going to say societal structures.
but our economy is set up uh, to have. I cannot believe I'm forgetting this shit, dude. But it's basically it, it it's set up to where freaking there's money involved and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But socialism wanted to get rid of of
This is very early for sort of modern socialism. This is
just the
relatively,
beginning. Yeah,
yeah. This is before Marx motto Das Kapital.
right. And this is also the first international when when they freaking had the anarchists who were involved, and they were really, it was a real radical movement where they wanted to destroy the economy and rebuild it from the ground up to where everybody had their equal share. You know what I mean? And this caused a lot of stress on especially monarchies. Monarchies had a really hard time with it. Otto von Bismarck had just unified Germany and literally had it structured and everything. And he had fears that the socialists were going to come in and just completely destroy everything it created. So he ended up creating welfare reforms so that he could like I said in previous episodes, he could take the air out of the socialist cell. You know what I mean? Kind of um, prevent socialists from doing what they wanted to achieve. Um, and he,
And also another point is that this isn't so many. If we're talking about 1815 there, we're talking about what, roughly 20, 22 years, 23 years after the fall of the French monarch.
uh,
Uh, and which sort of created a sort of fear in various monarchs.
well, you know, socialism was a real serious issue to him. So yeah, it was more
Mm.
than just a fear. You know what I mean? It was like they knew that if they didn't do something, that it was going to create the fall of their economy. That it was going to come down. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, you that's something I think that needs to first be understood. Like this wasn't like just a fear. Of course, yeah, they did have fear, but um, it was going to happen if they didn't do something. And Bismarck, instead of, well, at first he did try to use aggression to restrain socialism, but eventually he caught on. And what he did is he actually took and created socialist programs. Being a pragmatic realist conservative, he incorporated socialist programs into into the German government. And he didn't do that because he cared about, you know, people's well-being. He didn't care about any of that. He didn't do it to help the poor people. He did that because he first of all wanted to make sure that the socialists didn't gain power. You know what I mean? But second of all, it also ensured loyalty to his regime. You know what I mean? Through these programs, it would ensure that people who were Germans would show loyalty towards the German government. And that's basically how these or why these programs were first invented or brought up or used. It wasn't to help people who were poor or in need or people who were being treated wrong on the job. It was to ensure freaking loyalty from that government system. You know what I mean? And the same thing goes to Peel when it comes to Peel and what he was doing. There was a lot of civil unrest going on there, and he dealt with it in a different way. You know what I mean? He actually uh, came about basically creating a professionalized policing force. He organized it, got it going. Um, the reforms basically really emphasized consistency. And besides that, they also had like oversight, um, where the police themselves had oversight that watched over the police force to make sure that they were doing things according to regulations. Besides that, the police started being trained professionally, you know. Um, and the one thing about the police too that they started out with is they had to become visible to the public. You know what I mean? Um, uh, and they not only visible, but they had to be predictable. Like whenever they used to freaking go and walk a beat,
Mm.
they wanted everybody to see that police officer walking that beat at that time, so that freaking they knew that the cops were there and they were going to be there at that time. If you broke the law, you were in trouble. You know what I mean? They wanted to emphasize that.
And also there is because they are visible, there's a sort of automatic knock-on effect on the police assisting the public.
Well,
Because they are visible, therefore you can go up to a police officer and say, "Please help me get a cat out of the tree" or something. As an example.
well, that would make sense on an ideological level, okay?
Mm.
But like I'm talking about like pragmatism, uh, realists. I'm also talking about that cold, methodical machine that we call the government statecraft. You know what I mean? Like they don't care about ideologies or anything like that. There's always no, you see
I
they.
was going to, yeah, the reason I just did that, I'm thinking about the current situation,
Mhm.
especially in the UK, where there's a sort of reversal going on. Officers, it's not very common to see a police officer on the beat, so to speak, these days. And the old joke about all police officers are behind computers looking up mean Twitter threads. um, 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 and also, I don't know, these days in the UK, the police have, you were talking about professionalism. In recent years, we've had more police officers come out of only being recruited after they've left university. So they've already got a specific mindset.
Mhm.
And a lot of that mindset is controlled by private sector organisations, such as in the UK, the College of Policing, which also has a specific, dare I say, woke mindset.
Yeah. So we have a weird comment from MC Dirty Work. He said, "Are you still harassing?" As an 8-year-old kid, asking him to show me his gun, and then he said, "LOL." And he said, "I used to harass him." I'm guessing he's talking about the police, a police officer. So I agree with you on that because when it comes to the United States, we have police academies. You know what I mean? And it's like the moment they get out of the police academy, they've been trained to a certain mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the police academy is still a public sector organization, is it not?
Well, public section basically is state run, no matter how you look
Yeah,
at it.
it is still stage one, rather than in the UK. The College of Policing is now, well, is a private sector organisation, and obviously they have to make profits, and they've got to, um, um, yeah, make profits, and they've been infected by this sort of progressive liberalism that we've seen in the last 20 odd years. Being creeped.
Well, see the thing about the pill reforms is when they came out, like they weren't they weren't aimed at redistributing wealth or power. You know what I mean? Or empowering citizens. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. They were created like as a framework. You know where they showed social stability and they showed that the social stability could be maintained through structure. You know what I mean? And that with England, what I'm seeing most about it was what I would refer to as like preventative state intervention. Basically, they wanted to prevent crimes before they happen. That's where they started. Instead of waiting for the crime to happen, they started thinking about preventing crimes from happening. And to kind of give a good example of that, you know what I mean? It's like now, police want to stop people from freaking littering on the ground. And it's not because they freaking care about the environment and they want the city to be clean. It's because they were trained that in order for you to stop harsher crimes from occurring, you have to start from the ground up. Stop allowing people to throw garbage on the ground, and they'll know that that law is being enforced. And that trains people, okay, into understanding that when you break a law, you'll be punished for it. And if they do literally littering as an example, that's going to prevent harder laws from or more harsher laws from occurring. You know what I mean? And you can see that here in the United States too. They everywhere pretty much everybody has it's become a regular thing where people see that kind of stuff and they don't really think about it on that level. You know what I mean? Where here, it's basically reinforcing the idea that we are the law and you better do what we say or else. You know what I mean? It's that.
Yeah, I can see that from a US standpoint, maybe with the exception of a couple states.
Well, you
California.
are aware that
But
England's the one who started this, though. That's what the pill reform actually did. You guys are the ones who started this
mm,
mindset.
mm,
Okay, so it's not a United States point of view. This is something that was started in the UK.
yeah,
The
but I'm looking at this from a much more modern context, where remember in the UK the police are represented by a member of parliament, Department of, come up with the official name, Department of Justice or whatever, and that is controlled by Home Office Department, the Home Office, and that is controlled by a minister. So Yvette Cooper, moment, and obviously, as being a member of Parliament, she's answerable to the public.
Well, I mean,
So there's a knock-on effect.
is she
And not only that, there's meant to be rigorous sort of complaint procedures against. If I believe that a police officer is failing at their job, I can go to the chief constable and complain, and if that doesn't work, I can go to the Independent Police Complaints Commission, I think it's called, and then make a further complaint upon that.
making complaints and then procedures? You're talking statecraft. You're not talking about people's rights. You can complain until you're blue in the face, dude.
Yeah, but it's still our right to
Yeah.
criticize the police.
You know, what I mean, I could do the same thing. I could complain until I'm blue in the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how effective? If you had a valid complaint, how effective is the procedure, or how effective is the procedure in theory?
Right. Now, MC Dirty Work, he commented, he elaborated on what he said. He said, yeah, he remembered his beat cop growing up in Philly in the 1980s. He said he was supervised and would just stand on the corner asking him to show him his gun and asked him stupid questions. And then he agrees with me. It's all about conditioning. And that is what I'm basically getting at, you know. And I think a lot of people, especially over in Europe and England, don't realize that they've been conditioned to think a certain way. You know what I mean? And it's been done, structured. It's been structured and built into all of our laws through statecraft.
Also, something dirty work just mentioned is asking him to show the gun, the copper, show copper's gun. This is another factor which differs from UK and US and a lot of mainland continent. Difference. In the UK, it is tradition. Generally speaking, it's traditional not to for the standard copper, or it's not for the standard copper not to carry guns. So there's a much more. There's a because the average police officer doesn't wear a gun. Doesn't own a gun or doesn't wear a gun. There's a bit more of a connection between the police and the public.
Right.
Makes sense.
We actually had this conversation earlier, and you know, well, in a previous episode, I should say, but like I actually respected the police force in England when they did that. You know what I mean? And like now, you hear about the super cops and these police officers.
SO 19, or what we used to call Special Operations 19.
Now they run around with these guns strapped to their side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's very in my area. It's very weird that you would hear about any. I was actually talking to a couple of friends the other day about 2 weeks ago about this, and asked them in this town that I'm in, when was the last time they heard about a armed raid or armed arrest, and they could pinpoint one or two within the last couple of years, but just one or two.
Mm-hmm. Now, after that, I want to start talking about Bismarck's welfare reforms, which was implemented in the late 19th century, which was um, uh, well after uh, Mr. Peel. So um, even though it was later, it did share similar logic. You know what I mean? Uh, but with these reforms, these welfare reforms, they addressed um, the social welfare problems and that was going on. It was actually, economic pressures because of what we were talking about with industrialization, um, and that's where they came up with their programs, which was health insurance, I believe, is what he started. Accidental insurance, even they were even handing out old age pensions. Um, now, like I said, this wasn't for any kind of altruistic meaning. You know what I mean? They were doing it because they were wanting to manage uh, potential unrest that was that would have risen with the working population, um, and that's something that I think people have a hard time understanding. In today's world, because they think these welfare programs are set up to help the poor and to do good things, and that is not the reason why these programs are put in place. They they do that to freaking manage potential unrest in the communities, and especially with the working population. Um, and that's why they implement them into the state system. And you know what I mean? Because for one thing, um, it emphasizes loyalty to the government. You know what I mean? Whenever you look at people who are, well, in England, for example, the Reform Labour Party. You know what I mean? People love the Labour Party. Well, why do they like the Labour Party? They love to.
Ah, yeah, you talking about old school Labour. You're not talking about post Blairite Labour.
They're investing into that welfare program. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
again, we could have an entire conversation about birth numbers since not since the boomer generation, um, and the taxation to support um, um, pensions and the entire immigration argument in this concept. Uh,
Well, I mean,
yeah, you're mainly talking about
let, let, let's
pre-Blairism.
let's talk about your health insurance. How's health insurance in England? You guys have a pretty good health insurance program.
Ah, let's talk about yeah. Since COVID, it's all gone to well. Actually, it's even before COVID. Within the last 20 years, because of woke infestation, let's just call it. We've seen a massive increase in bureaucracy. We've seen a massive growth in um, um, sort of upper sort of tiers of the NHS, and which has caused massive issues in relation to the amount of expenditure that the NHS has to support. I mean, we're talking about billions of pounds every couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And of course, that has to be supported somehow. Um, um, and especially after COVID, we've seen sort of waiting lists grow and grow and grow and grow.
Mhm. Right.
So,
Now the thing that also comes down to it is this accidental insurance. Do you guys have that set up on in your jobs and everything? Whenever you get a job, do you have accidental insurance set up to where if
uh,
there's an accident, you're covered?
within the workplace, if you're an employee, if you're PAYE, you do, but accident insurance outside of the workplace would be your own responsibility.
Mhm. You got old age pensions,
For the moment, let's just say,
but you do have it, right?
yeah, for the moment.
Okay. Yep.
There's an argument there to say if it's feasible, but that's a wider economic argument, and both in the US and throughout Europe and throughout most of the Western world, there are massive economic questions at this present moment.
And see, my whole point is like these were all set up, and they're still set up so that they can manage potential unrest when it comes to the workers, working population, basically. And it's integrated into the state system. All right. Now these measures, just like with the pill reforms, they relied, or they still rely, even today, on institutionalized structures. Uh, and these institutionalized structures um, are managed by consistent administration, which which brings up what you were discussing. That's bureaucracy. Okay, everybody loves to use that word bureaucracy. I like to call it out and say it for what it really is. It's National Socialism. Okay, that's where Bismarck's welfare reforms. I personally believe that's where National Socialism first started up, and this is what it's come down to: National Socialism.
So you're saying governmental bureaucracy or state bureaucracy is a form of national socialism. So national government. So in by using logic, national governments are a form of national socialism.
National Socialism. Okay, these programs. Okay,
Yeah.
now what they do is they provide tangible freaking benefits for the citizens. Okay,
Hmm.
now what they really freaking do is they encourage loyalty and compliance. Okay. And at the same time, what it also does is it reduces the public's appeal to radical political movements. So they do this to where freaking the public doesn't become radicalized. Okay.
That is as long as the governments at the time are doing what they promised, what the public expects, which in current situations, especially in the UK, that is not so true.
That, that's where it comes into play. Where whenever you look at the pill reforms, you need to look at it on the side of the people that you're having a problem with right now, which I know you are not enjoying anything when it comes to the way the police are handling stuff. They're actually practicing the pill reforms, okay?
No, I would actually argue that they are reversing the pill reforms. Like I
I don't
said,
I don't think these reforms are good, by the way. Just so we can put it out there. I think that they're the cancer that is eating away at society. Okay.
I disagree. You need structure in society. Society is all about structure after all. Um,
Well, I mean,
um,
we did just fine when a local government, voted
yeah, but
in
that's still a
who the
structural.
sheriff was going to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's still a structural society. It might be regional, but it's still structural.
That's not an institutionalized police force that is set up on federal levels or a freaking welfare program that is going to give benefits to people so that they can keep them loyal and compliant.
Yeah. I remember in previous years there was an argument about a sort of lottery, sort of postcode, zip code, sort of medical services, where in some parts of Britain you would be seen faster and you'd have better treatment depending on where you lived. The school education system is arguably like this at this present moment. And
Mhm.
even in the US, I've seen so many reports about how the education system is differs from state to state. Um, so, in a national concept, would you want all, let's say, your education system to have a standard? So it doesn't matter if you are from, I don't know, California or New York or Texas or Florida, you are still all being taught in the same sort of structure, in the same sort of standard.
I believe that education of children should be determined by the local area. It should be the parents who actually determine how that teacher is supposed to teach their child. Not,
I'm
not.
talking about the basics here. I'm talking about the reading, writing, arithmetic sort of
Well,
argument.
I'm sure a teacher is going to want to teach their students how to read and write and do arithmetics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in a standard that is acceptable throughout the country.
I don't believe in all that. I think that's I think that's really well. We were talking about that the last night. And I agree. I think that the educational system here in the United States has been used on the federal level to funnel money into other organizations,
Mm.
and it's being used as a front. I also don't
Yeah,
like the idea of my or anybody's property taxes being um, or the fact that we have property taxes is just horrible in the first place. That's unconstitutional when it comes to
yeah,
private
yeah,
property laws.
yeah. Irrelevant. I'm just
But then they
irrelevant of
funnel
how it's
but
paid.
then they funnel that money into the federal education system, and you know they use that to redistribute that money any way they feel fit. So I mean
Granted, there is,
that's where I see it all going.
granted, I agreed. I think was Rafi that pointed us out last night. There is a lot of corruption both in the US and UK and other countries in relation to how money is spent. But fundamentally, barring corruption, barring where the money's coming from, you still want, within a sort of national sort of viewpoint, you still want certain standards. You want to be able to know that um, the fire department will a good example of this, the fire department. It wasn't that long ago, within the last, 60, 70 years, maybe 80 years now, that you had issues with fire departments being based upon an insurance thing. So they would come out and take out, extinguish a fire from let's say a building that has got insurance, uh, but if the next door neighbour building got inflamed because of the fire from the building that has got insurance, and the building that has now been inflamed doesn't have any insurance, they would just let that burn.
Okay. Now, before we go further in this conversation, I want to point out I forgot to mention MC Dirty Works comments in the comment section. He said that as far as he understood, the police was never a thing until New York City in the late 1800s. He said you might have a sheriff you would call if there was an actual problem, but cops just on patrol, and
I
he didn't
think,
understand that.
yeah, I think I know where he's coming from. I think a unified sort of state-based police force rather than the sheriff localized then, or city or town sort of thing, happened around 1860, 1870 in US.
Yeah. Well, nationalism, nationalism really took place here in the United States, right? Like I said, right after Washington D.C. was burned down. That's the nationalist movements, and I also am kind of suspicious of some of the founders too, because I believe that they may have had a little bit of that in them, conservatism in them, where they pretended to be liberals, but they really weren't. Especially here with Peel. Now, Peel was a liberal. I am correct on that, right? He classed himself as a liberal, right? A classic liberal.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask what you mean because liberal is so misused these days.
Uh,
Yeah. It was a very classical sort of,
See, that's
yeah.
that's
So,
that's what I was saying
so,
last night. That throws me off here because like he's going from being classic liberal who believes in small government to a nationalist who believes in creating uh, an a freaking state-run police force and controlling the population. You know what I mean?
you can be, you can believe in small localized governments as well as having an understanding or having an appreciation for sort of national structures, national sort of um, um, I'm having a brain fart now. National sort of procedures, procedures that are universal throughout the nation.
Well, see, I believe that's the way we've been trained into thinking. Okay, like nowadays, everybody wants this stable and manageable society, and they want it through practical and structured state intervention. You know what I mean? They want that state to come in and just take care of them and coddle them and hold them in their arms and
No, again, I'm just talking about the procedures. Um, how to investigate a crime scene. The procedures in relation to how to report something. Because again, you don't want to go from, let's say, um, Devon to London and find out that you've got two completely different sort of procedures um, for the same instance.
okay. Now, before we go on, I want to say that Dom888 said, Lord God Almighty is coming soon. Repent. Ask Christ into your heart. Be born again. Depression, emptiness of the soul, Fear of death gone. True love, hope, peace, joy, and eternal life found. That's in the King James Version, John 3:3 through 7.
Okay, I don't see the relevance of that, but hallelujah.
Okay, so for me, what it is both reform programs. They both basically illustrate the use of like preventative state mechanisms. Okay, um,
Mm.
the the Britain or the British uh, used the professional police, and they were designed to deter crime and manage populations before disorder emerged. Now, in Germany, they had the welfare provisions, and they were designed to deter worker unrest and political radicalization before it threatened the stability of the empire. Because you got to remember what we're talking about with Bismarck. Okay, Bismarck, he was basically the one that was he was the one that structured Germany and made it unified. You know what I mean? He's the one who set up um, this government, and he saw socialism as a threat to what he had done. He systematically, this man systematically, uh, he systematically planned wars ahead of time in order to achieve his goal of unifying Germany. Not just one, but multiple wars.
I think you contradicted yourself a bit there. You said he created a sort of socialist sort of thing, and
This
then
was
you were saying,
after. This is after. This is at because you got to remember. Okay, now Bismarck was uh, he was a realist. He was a pragmatic conservative. Okay,
mm,
who served under the then Emperor Wilhelm the First. Um, no, the second one. The second Wilhelm the Second discharged him. He went on to,
yeah. Mm.
but Wilhelm the First was a lazy guy. He didn't really want to do it, so he just kind of let Bismarck take the reins. And Bismarck is the one who actually unified Germany through warfare. And then after that, whenever he realized that socialism was a threat, he first actually tried to use harsh tactics in order to squash it. But when he found out that that would fail, he turned around and he created these welfare programs. Okay, and he made them into a part of the state-run welfare programs. And now what he did there to do that was he did that so that he could deter political radicalization. He didn't want his people to become radical because of you know because of the socialist movements. And he also, whenever this came about, what that did is it made it to where the citizens in Germany freaking had to become loyal to the state in order to freaking get these benefits. You know what I'm saying? So they had to show loyalty to them in order to do that. Um,
Oh, not to him, but to the state up to a point.
you know.
Yeah.
Now for both cases, okay, or the state basically created institutions, um, and they directly engaged with a lot of these problems that were occurring, and what they did is they offered management rather than revolutionary solutions. Basically, you know what I mean? Like they the the socialists back then, they wanted a revolution. They weren't talking about, going into these governments and creating, these organizations that would socially, or that will subtly change people's rights. They wanted it. They wanted it freaking all burned to the ground so they could rebuild freaking society from the floor up. You know what I mean?
The French sort of concept, the sort of, yeah,
Yeah.
the French, yeah.
hmm So I mean that's the one thing that needs to be understood, and this also applies to Peel too, except for he didn't use welfare reforms. He used the police force and institutionalized police forces that would use preemptive measures in order to prevent crimes from happening ahead of time. You know what I mean? So that was one thing that I really got out of that. And also, whenever it comes to Bismarck, we were discussing Bismarck earlier, and it didn't even dawn on me that this is the approach I needed to take until last night, or not? Yeah, yesterday. It was yesterday afternoon when you mentioned Peel.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because that's really what it comes down to, and the whole thing about it is it's like in both cases, both Peel and Bismarck, especially Bismarck with his welfare reforms, it established bureaucratic systems where it was all aimed at like insurance, uh, pensions, and like I said before, the accidental coverage. Now here in the United States, we have our programs where the employers have to pay into that for each employee that they hire. Okay, and it doesn't matter if there's an accident on the job or not; they still have to pay into it. You know what I mean? And they could have a person work for them for 20, 30 years and never have an accident once, but they still have to pay into that pension. You know?
that's okay if you're an employee, self-employed. Well, that's another story. And that also raises the issue of a unfair sort of or potentially corrupt sort of insurance sort of racket as
Mm-hmm.
provided by, as we've seen with things like healthcare and US.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is too is like the real bad part about it is these these I guess you could say these programs they're administered through government officials or offices. You know what I mean? These aren't people that are voted into office either. They're people who are appointed. Um, and yeah, it's like I said too. This is
Yeah, but also the the administration is done by private sector companies in the US, and therefore um, the, pricing the cost of could be easily inflated without any sort of public scrutiny.
Mhm. Well, I mean, these are governmental offices though over in Europe and England though, right?
Yeah.
You
Mm,
see,
mm.
because you got to remember we're focusing on Europe here.
Oh, again, when it comes to accidental coverage, they're still controlled by private sector insurance companies.
But who's regulating it? Who's saying, look, you need to cover these employees? It's not these private insurance companies that are doing it. It's the government. That and,
Yeah, but the pricing structure of, let's say, if you lose your finger, it's not for the government to decide how much that finger is worth. It would be for the private sector insurance company to decide how much that finger is worth or that
and
damage is worth.
and if you don't concede to what those insurance companies say, then you better be careful. You better watch your butt, man, because they've got this really really mean freaking government office that's going to come down on you, and you'll never be able to run a business freaking for the rest of your life because
But
of what
in
they're going.
theory, this is where the private sector should jump in because the less than fair sort of idea. If a companies were after one pricing structure, so you can go for the cheapest or the most beneficial, but also because there is some regulation there, it can be overseen and by a state a state regulator, and at least in theory that would reduce on corruption
In
or
theory,
overpricing. Yeah, at least in theory.
except for the government institutions that are supposed to oversee and implement these policies, right? The
Yeah,
ones that
but
are,
the state government institutions or state institutions are working on behalf of the public.
oh, are they? Are they?
In theory, after all,
We
government means by the people for the people purpose.
I don't want to hear any conjecture, Mark Edworthy. Okay,
Well, governments are elected by the people, are they not? Your
according
local
to
politician is elected
theory,
by you.
according to theory. Now, now, both of these reforms, okay, they rely on formal structures to implement policy consistently and predictably. Okay, uh, and what they're supposed to be doing is demonstrating and understanding that stability is it requires ongoing regulated administration rather than ad hoc measures. Okay. Additionally, um, both set, both sets of reforms are linked to state intervention and social compliance. So that's state intervention and social compliance. That doesn't that doesn't mean that because you as a citizen have voted on this or voted on that that you have a stake in it, okay, or a say in it. This is statecraft that is working behind the scenes that has absolutely nothing to do with elected officials. This is a bureaucracy that's hired and fired. They're not elected. Okay.
Yeah, but those regulators are governmental agencies, are governmental departments. Again, there is a big question about who owns the power in various countries. In our countries, is it a civil servant or is it the um, um, politician, the elected representative? And yeah, and the old joke is that politicians come and go, governments come and go every 5 years, approximately, but civil servants can stay in their jobs for life, irrelevant if they're doing a good or bad job.
Right. Now, with you finally seeing the light and saying the proper things, I
Reminds me
want
of a old Yes minister joke.
to. I want to
Uh,
rehash this, okay? Because this is important. Now, the British police, okay, they provide a visible presence that is supposed to encourage citizens to follow the law, okay, and that signals the state's capacity to enforce order. All right. Now, in Germany, whenever it comes to Bismarckian welfare programs. Okay, these welfare provisions encouraged workers to remain loyal to the state by offering tangible protections. Okay, now that goes into kind of what I talked about in a different topic, or it might have been in the first season of this one where I was talking to you about when my sister, when she first started out, she left her ex and moved out, and with the kids, she had to live in the housing. Okay, and she doesn't live there anymore, but she would tell me some of the most amazing things because like she lived there, and while she was living there, these people wanted to know what her freaking expenses were and how she spent her money for things like laundry detergent and shit like that, because they didn't feel that she was actually spending the amount of money that she was reporting because it was too low. And she basically had to write out a list of all of her expenses and explain to them, no, I buy things freaking according to freaking the prices. I don't splurge on stuff. You know what I mean? But she had to literally go up there and do that. And then she started telling me about how they did this and to a lot of other people. And the majority of people who are living in these housing projects, the majority of them are single women who have to raise kids on their own. Okay,
who's actually asked demanding this information,
the
or who
housing
was demanding?
authorities, the housing authorities. Okay, and they do this stuff. Now, when it comes to what I just said, where it talks about freaking getting loyalty. Okay, now uh, they give them the protection of free housing, or right. So you get your free housing, but and that's the incentive, um, and the benefits. Okay, but the thing of it is this stuff is it,
Taxpayer paid, or at least taxpayer paid housing, free
but
housing. That's a
let
bit
me
of a
point this
misnomer.
out too, though. The people who are treated like this don't have the freaking courage to freaking say this stuff because freaking they want to keep that free house. Okay, they have to freaking abide by these rules and they have to keep their mouth shut because they don't want to get in trouble with the housing authority. You know what I mean? When that they live in a freaking community where they don't even have the right to mow their own freaking yard, man. You know, taxpayer money is paying freaking a crappy lawn mowing company to come out and mow that property, do a crappy job of it, and freaking who gets paid for that? Where does that money come from? It comes from taxpayer money, and it's being monopolized. Okay, not anybody can mow that yard or those yards. It has to be freaking somebody that the housing authority
As a contract with, yeah.
has a contract with. You see, so now they're creating monopolies through these programs, through these welfare programs. You know,
Which creates a, yeah, which creates a sort of corruption, form of corruption.
mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, it's sounds like. Are you sure you live in the USA, and you want to live in the USSR?
It's all over the country too. It is everywhere, man. It is everywhere. You know.
Uh,
Now, That's what I was trying to say. You know what I mean? Um, it's set up because what it is they want these people to remain loyal. Okay, so while they're living in those houses and everything, they're keeping their mouths shut because they freaking don't want to get in trouble with the housing authority. And that's the way the government wants it. They want everybody living in these kind of freaking places. Okay, they want you to live in a government ran housing authority because then they can keep you loyal to the government. You see, they don't.
Again, is this goes back to the concept of the Soviet Union, all
Right.
those grey sort of look, yeah, flats, and yeah.
And the 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 thing of it is this isn't set up to empower society or anything like that. You know what I mean? This is a way of being of manageability, basically creating manageable relationships between the state and people. You know what I mean? And that they want it to be more and more that like they really don't like the idea that you're living in a house that's private property. Okay, they don't like that at all. It's just like they don't like people living in freaking small towns. They would rather everybody migrate to the big cities so that they could live in housing projects and they could be more manageable. You know what I mean? If you really want to know my opinion on that, that's the way I've really been seeing it. That way you can be properly managed with the the law enforcement. That way they can keep an eye on you, make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. They don't like going out into the country, driving 4 hours because somebody called the police out in the boondocks. So they have to have a state police officer take a 3 hour drive out to see what's going on. You know what I mean? That's an
But
that's an
uh, but
inconvenience.
but granted, the US is a lot larger than, let's say, the UK. But in theory, you would have your localized police force within that area, so um, you wouldn't need to drive around 3, 4 hours because you've got a localized police force there.
Oh, really? So you guys actually have your city police um, cover rural areas that's outside of your city limits?
Outside, well, the in the town, and the nearest city to me is what 12, 15 miles away. And yeah, we've got a local police station.
But
We've got a
do they cover the countryside?
yeah, within
Like,
this area.
no, I mean like we have counties, okay, and there's some areas where the county police doesn't cover, where the state police
Uh,
have to cover it because there's no actual towns in that area. It's all country. You know what I mean?
Technically, on a sort of organizational thing, um, the police, there are regional, so county, well, actually, it's usually 2, 3 counties, so regional police forces.
Yeah. See, so
So
now you're getting into the structured.
Devon in it would be Devon, Avon, and Somerset police force.
I see. Now you're getting into the structured police force that we've been talking about. That's
But there
been
are smaller sort of region, smaller sort of it filters down to smaller sort of areas as well,
now
or
now
smaller organizational structures.
now you can thank the pill reform for that brilliant organization of police administration that's protecting you and setting up those police forces through administrative police efforts within the broader area of England. What do you think about that? Isn't that cool?
Well, like I said, you need a sort of uniformed approach when it comes to um, public or public services. Um, you don't want to be treated completely different for if you are, let's say, in Cornwall compared to Avon.
To Avon. Oh wait, yeah,
Well,
that's actually a area there. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's a
I,
county.
I
Yeah,
had a brain fart. I am
well,
sorry.
I could
I
have come up with a much more obvious county,
well,
but yeah,
I,
yeah.
I was like when you said Avon, I'm thinking makeup. You know, like, oh my god, dude.
Okay.
Okay, so with the pill and the Bismarck reforms, okay, or the pill reforms and Bismarck's welfare measures, okay. For me, it resonates real strong when it comes to the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. Okay, even though uh, it was applied on a larger scale, you know what I mean, and under different circumstances, I do see that now. The 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 whole thing you got to understand is like after the war, you know, uh, the devastation uh, that the war created, uh, it was really crazy when it came to like social and economic instability. You know what I mean? Um, now, people they understood that they had to do something. I said that previously. You know what I mean? And they understood um, that none of this stuff could be led by like these radical movements. You know what I'm saying? That stuff had to come to an end because of the devastation of the war. You know what I
Sorry,
mean?
we took by World War One.
World War II.
Ah, okay. Because I was thinking of World War One, the Bolshevik Revolution, the sort of
All of it. Right.
yeah,
So basically, they did understand that. Okay. So these governments, what they wanted to do is they wanted to stabilize populations. And they wanted to do it through structured programs. Um, and these structured programs in Europe and England, they guaranteed housing, healthcare, and employment. Okay. Now, but then uh, that they had this logic of uh, what they called preventative intervention. Okay. Also, they had another one. It's called institutionalized authority. And also, they believed in incentives, like I said earlier, for compliance. And that pretty much underpinned um, all of these post war social and economic policies. Now, when if you want, let's take a short break real quick, and I'm gonna go use the bathroom, get some more coffee, and we'll come back because I want to get into this. We've done a lot of discussion on pill and
mm,
freaking Bismarck and the police and housing and welfare reform. But I want to start talking about what happened when it came to the reconstruction of Europe. You know what I mean?
okay, yeah.
And and with that, I what I'm gonna do, I don't even know if I still have any music on here. Yeah, I can put on Mr. Robot's cool music and Oh no, don't have any audio clips. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and just put his. Wait, yeah, it is break music. I'm gonna put that on there, and when we come back, we'll get onto that. Okay.
Fair enough.
And it's a 15 or 16-minute and 36-second video, and after that we'll come back and get everything started, and I'll talk to you and then. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, a mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the codes and awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. And princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbec's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they aligned the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the codes and awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire. No Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden was an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how came a pyramid ode? The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below? They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame. They mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepi dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald tablets truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hum a hymn, rising cold but divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt. The truth's a spiral, eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're gods we've been missing.
Okay. All right. I am back. Mark Edworthy is on finally. He had to mute everything out because Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, drives him crazy. And that, if anybody is interested, was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Hacker Radio. You can find that on Rumble at Hacker Radio. So if you guys like this, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. You said it was driving you mad. I had it low. I had the volume on the lowest setting that I could still hear. So when we entered, it was on so low. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So yeah, if you guys like this music, go over there, check it out. Tell them you like this music. Listen to some of it. Give them some support. Now, with that being said, freaking, we're back to the show, and I do want to put it out there. I probably shouldn't use that music for this format when it comes to this kind of show. But it was better than the alternatives because I have like music from Dregus Production, which talks about like Sasquatch fighting freaking Bigfoot and who would win in a battle and stuff. So I had a tough choice there. I'm a man of many habits, many trades, I guess you could say. So now that I got that cleared up, what do you think, Mr. Edward?
Sorry, my machine is just acting a bit weird on me for some reason.
I'm telling
Okay,
you.
okay, I can wait around it. Don't worry. It's just my mouse is acting up a bit. Or the functionality of my mouse is acting up a bit weird. But yeah, yeah. I think that's the better of the two choices when it comes to music.
Yeah.
The better of the two evils, let's just say.
Yes. Okay, so we just got through some of Pill's reforms and Bismarck's welfare measures that he had in Germany, but I'm pretty sure we're going to end up coming back to it because of some of the stuff that I want to get into when it comes to after the Second World War and the rebuilding of Europe, especially as we go along, because these two are going to really stand out when it comes to the significance of the second reunification of Germany and how it played a part in Europe with the EU and stuff. I think that's something that history's kind of forgotten too. Why Germany is so significant when it comes to the EU, that's gonna be something that we're gonna figure out by doing this. So, do you know why Germany is so significant to the EU, Mark?
They are one of the founding fathers of founding countries of the European Economic Commission, stroke European Community, European Commission, stroke European Union, much like Britain is, and arguably they are second to the most influential country within I don't know, since the creation of the European Union. So since the creation of, since the signature of the Maastricht Treaty. No, yeah, since the signing of the Maastricht Treaty, they are the most second influential country when it came to the EU. So with the exception of with Brussels, Belgium being the most influential country.
And the word we were the word that we were having a brain fart with is capitalism.
Capitalism.
Yes,
Okay.
earlier. Remember, we were trying to remember that word and we couldn't remember it. It's capitalism. The socialists wanted to eradicate capitalism. They wanted it gone in the beginning. They felt that they needed to destroy capitalism and build economies from the ground up with socialism.
Oh yeah.
Not
My nose is acting up weirdly, which got me thinking. Actually, at the time you were talking about that, I thought about the old Soviet Union mantra or the old Marxist mantra, to each to the need. And I can't access it at the moment because my mouse is acting weird. But each to the need. It's totally gone for me.
really.
You know the mantra.
No, I don't. I'm
Uh,
not. I'm not European. Like
it's
that's
like
a.
going and on and on and on and on.
He's gonna pull a book out now, and
No,
he's like, I've got it written down there.
no, it's easier just to access it from my
Each to
phone.
his own is what I've heard.
Yeah, each to what's
I,
the
I don't.
entire quote?
I don't know the whole quote per se. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But the full quote for each to his own. I can Google it. The whole quote
Yeah,
for
weird
to
issue on
each
that.
for
This browser.
to each their own. All right. The full original phrase that to each their own is derived is from the is from succum quique, often translated to each his own or to each his due, meaning all get their due. The item itself, meaning that everyone is free to like different things, does not have a longer whatever, dude. I doubt if that's the actual quote. So now, the logic behind Peel's reforms and Bismarck's welfare measures, they resonate strongly in the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. Um, and like I said, the devastation of the war, it created social and economic instability that could have led to more radical movements. So governments sought to stabilize populations through structured programs that generally guaranteed housing, healthcare, and employment. Now, the logic of preventative intervention, institutionalized authority, and incentives for compliance is what underpinned post-war social and economic policies. Okay. Now, with that being said, I'll start off with preventative management. Okay. Now, preventative management was particularly important, just as Pill's reforms deterred crime before it emerged, and Bismarck's welfare measures mitigated political radicalization. Post-war programs sought to prevent unrest and extremism, and they did that through housing programs, employment opportunities, and social services. And that was the sole purpose for that. Okay, that wasn't because they were doing some altruistic effort, to help people. In a sense, yeah, like people that were on the ground doing the footwork, yeah, they did that. but I'm talking about the governments. Okay, this was systematically planned, and it was methodical. It had nothing to do with ideologies. It was a cold mechanical uh, function to them, and there was a purpose for it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
And this was the reason why they did this. Okay. Now, after that, you had international incentives, uh, such as the Marshall Plan, which applied this preventative logic at a continental scale, and it provided resources to stabilize economies before any kind of social despair could create political instabilities. That was the whole reason why they did that, all right? Because they were trying to prevent political instability. It had, again, I mean, through the Marshall Plan. So what that basically came down to is incentives for compliance, which also connected all of these eras of reform that we've been talking about. This connects freaking the pill reforms. This also applies to freaking Otto von Bismarck, and it
Mhm.
also applies to what was taking place when it came to the reconstruction of Europe. Okay, um, this is what I've found through all of the stuff that I've searched through. Is it was more of a methodical, cold machine that was freaking working to do this stuff to rebuild freaking Europe without thinking about people's ideological backgrounds or anything of that nature. You know what I mean? The whole purpose was to stabilize the region.
Mhm.
Um, now, do do you have anything you want to say about that, or do you want to badmouth me on the cool stuff I just said, or?
Let you continue on this point. I will let you continue.
Okay, now, like I said, incentives for compliance. Okay, so let's look at the pill reforms in Britain. Okay, they were encouraged to obey laws under visible police presence. Okay, now this is where I'll throw out an example for you where I'm coming from with that, because so far I haven't shown you any examples of what I'm talking about when it comes to that. Now, one example was the establishment of a professional police force, which I mentioned already. Now, rather than waiting for riots or crime waves to erupt, the police would patrol neighborhoods. Now, granted, I understand where MC Dirty Work is coming from. They don't do that now. But back in the day, even before we were born, that's what they did. You know what I mean? They didn't have all the cool technology we had to have today. You know what I mean? But that's what they did. They patrolled
You are
neighborhoods.
you are a bit of a love of old British TV series. Um, have you ever watched Dixon of Dock Creek Green?
That's even modern compared to what I'm talking about, dude.
Yeah, but the principles of a local bobby um, and the local police force. Um, yeah, that principle of having a local constable that you recognise, that you can speak to, that you can that will be on your streets from certain times.
Yeah,
Mm.
they used to do that too here. A lot of people like think that that's fictional and stuff because they watched Andy Griffith. They think that freaking it's something that they just started believing because they watched Andy Griffith for too long. But that's actually how the police were here too. You know what I mean? Like they were an active. It was important for the police to have a visible presence when it.
Actually, there was a very popular 1980s UK TV fictional, fictional. It's called Heartbeat, which was I think based in a small Yorkshire village or Yorkshire town, just showing the activities of this local police force back in the 1960s.
Well, I mean, the whole thing about this is it made people less likely to commit crimes. You know what I mean? And it also gave the state a means to like address unrest before it spiraled out of control. You know what I mean? Like that was one big deterrent. When you saw police officers, then freaking it kind of gave you the idea that freaking you probably shouldn't commit a crime because there's always police around. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Now what do you see? You see a freaking cop car drive by with a telephone number on the side.
Thankfully, actually, funny enough, down to one of my local supermarkets, Tesco's, there is a police. There is a police station straight outside there, and I see cars there all the time. Every time I go down to Tesco's, so yeah, but the police station itself is only open from a specific amount at a specific time period. You can't. I'm not sure the actual time period, you can't just get into that police station at any time you wish to report a crime.
Now here
And
we
in fact, they try to. There is a national thing about trying to persuade people not to go to the local police stations and report the crimes, but report the crimes through a phone number
yeah,
or
exactly.
online.
And here it's pretty much the same way. I believe they started closing the doors for the police station where you couldn't walk in. Here in this area, in our town too, but for that happened, I'd say within the last maybe 10 or 15 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, about 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, about 15 years ago, actually, same here.
Mhm. Now, both measures that I just discussed were designed to stop problems before they became a crisis. You know what I mean? And I do see that as actually being one of the issues with why we have so many problems today. I think that the police force, if they're gonna be actually productive, that's what they need to be. They need to be more visible to the people. You know what I mean? Um, on a local level, I'm talking about. I'm not even.
Mm.
I'm not even talking about institutionalized police forces and stuff like that. Like the local police officers should be out and about, and they should be freaking interacting with with the people within that town. You know what I mean? And you don't see that anymore. It's an old way of being. No, police just don't do it. You know, they seem to be kind of like alienated from the rest of the community.
Not as much. You do have these like police liaison officers. So if you're a small business, let's say, if you're a shop, and you're concerned about I don't know, shoplifting, even though these days shoplifting under what currently under something like £200 is not considered as a prosecutable crime, much like several states in the US where shoplifting under a certain amount of is not even considered as an issue anymore. But yeah, you do get sort of things like police liaison officers.
Well, I mean, on a regular basis, though.
Again, these are mainly civil roles rather than actual police officers themselves.
So they're yeah. We had a couple of those guys where they were
Mm.
able to wear an honorary badge and help.
Yeah, but they don't technically have any more power than any other member of the public, any
Yeah,
other civilian.
they get to manage traffic and stuff like that during parades and stuff and
Mm.
things of that nature. Yeah, we've had a few of those here. Um, Now I'm talking about an actual police officer that goes freaking to businesses and actually freaking lets their presence be known. Like if you want to rob this store, you better be careful because a cop might show up. You know what I mean? It's like that's something that's
Again, in this country, there's an
oh,
issue at the moment. You've heard stories about people having their phones robbed and watches robbed, and the police will just say, "Well, do you want us to investigate, or do you want us to have a crime number for insurance purposes?" And generally, they will. I heard a figure not that long ago, and I think it was something like 80% of theft. Mainly watch and mainly phone theft in London is not investigated, even though it's reported. It's but it's only the police will just take the issue. The Metropolitan Police will just consider, well, here's a, well, you've reported to us, here's a crime number, you can go to your insurance company now. And that's
right.
all they will do.
Mhm. Okay, now going from there, we I want to recap on Bismarck. Now, with him, like I said before, the programs that he put up weren't purely altruistic. They were aimed to prevent workers' unrest. They also wanted to reduce the appeal for radical socialist movements. And radical socialist movements during that time period, they demanded revolution. They were screaming it in the air, down with capitalism, eat the rich, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. Now, these programs were preventative because they managed the pressures of industrialization, basically, by addressing like grievances before they boiled over into strikes or actual uprisings. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, now in the post-war Europe, housing, employment, and education, um, they served as incentives for citizens to participate in reconstructive efforts, and they also engaged in like constructively being a part of this of society. You know what I mean? Um, and they did this because post-war governments established ministries, like you were talking about earlier, social welfare offices, and public employment agencies. And this ensured that re, uh, reconstruction policies were implemented consistently, and they wanted it to be effective. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And that's why that's why these were done. Now these institutions provided a predictable access to resources. Okay, and they also integrated populations into rebuilding efforts. So they weren't only freaking getting the benefits, but they also contributed to the rebuilding efforts. Okay, made them uh, become loyal to this new form of government that was being rebuilt. You know what I mean? Because they were actually not only getting the incentives, but they were also being put to work in order to get those incentives. See what I mean?
Okay.
Now, this kind of goes back to what I was talking about before, where I was confused about IKEA because you get a mixed story there, or I've gotten two versions of that story where one says that the guy who formed IKEA when he was younger supported the Nazi regime. And I've heard that one. And then I've also heard another one that says that after the war, he used Nazi war criminals as slave labor. So I've gotten like two split stories on that. And
They can be compatible with each other. As a business owner, you're just wait. What's the old saying? Riding the wave, sort of thing.
Right.
If that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Whereas you've got where somebody's in power, yeah, you're a big fan of them, and they're out. You're a big fan of the next person.
Mhm.
Or admittedly, that raises questions about your own principles, but yeah.
Well, I mean, when it comes to like the rebuilding process and actually going out and working to rebuild the community in order to get incentives from the government, that kind of resonates with me when it comes to Germany and the first unification of Germany with Bismarck. Because in order for you to get these benefits from the Bismarckian reforms, you had to show loyalty to Germany. You know what I mean? And that was very key to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Whereas here, whenever it came to the rebuilding of Europe, it was it basically was the same concept. If you want these incentives, you have to come out here and contribute in order to get that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You just made me think of Rommel, actually. Field Marshal Rommel, who was he fought on behalf of the Nazi, or well, Germany in World War II. He was never he was fundamentally not a Nazi, but just a soldier protecting these.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't sort of fundamentally.
He didn't have their ideologies.
Yeah.
Now, also, I do want to point out the fact there was differences. You know what I mean? Like with Peel and Bismarck, their reforms operated just within national context at a limited scope. Now, post-war Reconstruction uh, uh, applied these same principles across like entire nations. You know what I mean? And through international coordination and across like multiple countries, basically. You know what I mean? Because that is one thing to understand. Like they were doing the same concept, but it was like multiple countries, um, international coordination from different countries all over the world. So this wasn't on a national level like Bismarck and Peel was.
Mm.
So, unlike earlier interventions, post-war policies were designed with like broader social equity in mind, and that's where you start getting this whole equity shit. It came from Europe, you know what I mean? Um,
Well, it goes back to the sort of Marxist, the communist, the left-wing sort of socialism.
the
So,
re, the the, re, the rebuilding of Europe, you start seeing this kind of mentality being incorporated into the rebuilding of Europe from the get-go after World War
Mm.
II. You start they started focusing on equity and extreme inequalities and exclusions, shit like that, and they justified that by saying that it had contributed to like these what do they call it, authoritarianist uh, countries before the war, you know, and it basically they were saying that they were preventing authoritarianism and conflict
Okay.
by pushing this agenda onto people. You know what I mean? Um, okay, now look at it like this. You got labor rights frameworks that are set up all
Yeah.
over Europe and in England. Okay, you got labor protections, you got welfare programs that ensure uh, that that state intervention uh, is supposed to serve the public. You know what I mean? Or the
Mm.
population, I guess. And they make this claim that it's supposed to serve the population as a whole rather than uh, narrow elites. You know what I mean? So they want to put
Within that nation, within
yeah.
that singular nation. Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, they really don't make a distinction. They don't make a distinction when it comes to this. You know what I mean? That's the thing about it. And they also say that while they rely on like structured administration with oversight, of course. You know what I mean? They just
Okay.
and they don't make the distinction of according to that nation. That's not even a part of it when it comes to this whole rebuilding of Europe. You know. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm still staying focused on after the Second World War
Mm.
and their prevented their what I termed as preventative intervention. Okay. Um, Now, when it comes to that, it took the form of basically reconstruction and welfare programs. That's what Europe was just saturated with was reconstruction and welfare programs. Um, for instance, they had housing projects that they had to build, and they had to build them rapidly or rapidly. You know what I mean? And that was to prevent homelessness. You know what I mean? Because you know what's going to happen. I mean, if they didn't have housing, there would be homeless people, and that was going to spark discontent. It's going to, you know what I mean? So, bam, they had to do that, and they set these programs up, these welfare programs up, where freaking you get these incentives, but you have to contribute, and that means you have to go out here and you have to freaking help us build these freaking houses, these housing projects, to get these incentives. And this is a time where everything was destroyed, man,
Mm.
being rebuilt. You get where I'm coming from there?
Yeah, so far.
You know, then you had employment programs that were created to provide jobs for returning soldiers or displaced civilians. And that was in order to prevent economic desperation um, from fueling extremist politics. Because they were trying to make it to where these extremist um movements weren't occurring during that time period because civil unrest and stuff of that nature during that time period would have been really volatile after the World War II. You know what I mean? Because they saw that before, after World War One, and they just let it go.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So not only were they creating this welfare housing program with incentives, but they were also doing the same thing with employment programs. You know what I mean? And this is what took place during the Reconstruction efforts. And all of this was financed by freaking international means or through governments that weren't as uh, hit weren't hit as hard as what all of Europe was. So there, you know what I mean?
So what would become the International Monetary Fund?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Now,
Yeah, it already formed by this point.
yep.
Again, remember that it was the US sort of contributed a lot of money, especially to UK, during and just after World War II.
Mhm. Now, internationally, the Marshall Plan acted as a preventative intervention by funneling resources into a lot of these devastated economies, so that they could, because what they wanted through the Marshall Plan was they wanted these economies to recover quickly. You know what I mean? And they wanted them to recover quickly so they could avoid political instability. What I was saying before, you know,
Hmm.
and they learned that this needed to be done because of what had followed after the First World War. You know, that was why they did that. Um, so the post war Europe, in this sense, it can be seen as like a continuation and an expansion of earlier government strategies. You know what I mean? When you look at the pill reform and you look at the Bismarck welfare programs, um, but they were scaled to meet like really, really extraordinary challenges involved in the reconstruction of Europe. Because I mean, who would have a plan set up for something like that? You know what I mean?
You're looking at this from both an East and West point of view.
You know,
You're looking at it from both NATO and Warsaw Pact point of view.
if you really look at it, though, I mean, can you really say that it's not true?
Okay. So I'm thinking the various famines and the various forced famines that the Soviet Union implemented. Well, that was caused because of the Soviet Union.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, but you also have to take into consideration too that like in the history of Europe, okay, especially in the
mm,
19th and the 20th century, they were marked by repeated attempts to respond to social upheavals. You know, not only that,
mm,
but like ethnic conflicts, um, and then you take a look at like the shifting balances of power. You know, that was taking place. Like we were talking about the Austrian Hungarian Empire that had collapsed. You know, and they used various methods of governance to do that. You know, it's actually a common thread that runs through a lot of these efforts, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like an idea of preventative intervention by the state, and that's what they always
okay,
do. You know, um,
okay, I see your point. Yeah.
and they didn't matter how it was done, whether through policing, you know, welfare, or as time after World War II would actually would 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 present it, we start talking about a supranational institution or supranational
Mm,
institutions. You know what I mean? And this is where it goes from national institutions to supranational institutions. This is where we start talking about things like what would eventually become the EU. And then you just mentioned NATO. Um,
mm,
and then we
mm,
have,
uh,
you know what I mean? And then the United Nations and all these cool alphabet organizations that are on an international scale, you know? So now, if we look at all three key stages, that's the reforms of Robert Peel in Britain, the welfare state building of Bismarck in Germany, and the pan ideas of Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi. We can see how these different initiatives um, all reflected the same fundamental logic when it comes to addressing potential crises before they spiraled out of control. Now, uh, Kalergi is somebody who has been brought into a lot of controversy and a lot of conspiracy theorists, mostly white supremacist groups. I'll be blunt about it. They have their conspiracy about Kalergi and the Kalergi plan. You know what I mean? Um, Now, like before in the last episode, we made our comments on the stab in the back conspiracy. Okay, so I was debating on this, and I was like, you know what? Let's just throw it out there. Let's talk about Kalergi, and let's put the fiction out of the way, and let's talk about the facts, the things that we actually do know. You know what I mean?
mm,
When it comes to Kalergi, and and what actually took place there. So I wanted to add him in because, believe it or not, he actually did contribute to the European system that we call the European Union today. You know what I mean? He actually did contribute to it, but I really think we need to discuss what it was that he contributed. You know what I mean? So, what do you know about Kalergi?
Like I said, people, the show started. I haven't heard um, that name in quite a while.
So you don't remember?
Uh, Again, we all know these sort of so-called conspiracy theories and the
Mm-hmm.
arguments that are made nowadays, but again, I can't remember very much about the history, and I'm looking at the Wikipedia page now, actually, and enough to just remind myself.
Well, I mean, the one thing that uh, the reason why it's important to remember Kalergi is because, like, I always hear you ranting on and on and on about all these organizations that started before the EU. And there's one organization that you fail to always mention, which is very, very important. And when you look at the strategies and the reforms of Robert Peel,
Mm.
and you look at Bismarck, and then you add Kalergi into the equation, you have to look at the European coal and steel community. Okay,
Indeed, yeah, yeah.
and you always forget to mention them, Mark Edworthy. Just wanting to point it out. You always forget to mention them. No, no.
Actually, I'm going to. If you're going to go down the clergy argument, then you forgot another player,
What?
Jean Monnet.
Oh, Jean Monnet. You want to say something?
No, I'll let you carry on because I think this is more related to the European Commission, European Union, which we're going to cover on a bit further on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, now over time, these methods basically converged into the post-war reconstruction of Europe. It culminated in the creation of what would become the European coal and steel community, and it ultimately laid the groundwork for both German reunification and the foundation of the European Union. Okay. Now, Robert Peel's reform in Britain, uh, they were born in an era of urbanization, rising crime, and the public anxiety about social disorder. And we were talking about that whenever it came to these socialist movements that were taking place, the beginning stages of them with you know, at the beginning of the show, we were discussing that. This is what was taking place. There was a huge rise in crime that was taking place. People were getting anxiety about the social disorder that was taking place in England, um, and there was a lot of unrest, a lot of protests. Now, Peel's most notable contribution, in my opinion, was the professionalization of policing, uh, and that was through the establishment of the Metropolitan Police. Okay, um, and like I said before, earlier before that, it was basically an ad hoc system of like community watch or private enforcement. You know, now Pill's approach emphasized like a standing body of trained enforcement officers. You know what I mean? That were bound by rules and accountability. You know that's what Pill freaking did right there. Um, and the significance of this it lies in its preventative philosophy. That's what having a standing body of trained police officers is it's all about preventative measures. You know what I mean? To prevent crimes from happening before they happen. Okay, and I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding about that. It's not you don't wait until a freaking riot breaks out to take action. You know what I mean? According to Pill's policy, you're supposed to have a preventative strategy in place to prevent it from happening
Mhm.
before it even gets started. Okay. Um, the goal wasn't to react only after the crime was occurred. Uh, and usually they did that by creating like a visible presence, you know, not only of police officers on the street, but like a presence of order um, that took place. You know what I'm saying? That deterred unrest before it could take shape, basically. You
Mm.
know. So Pill's logic uh, was that the institutionalized authority in a stable and trusted force um, that was ran by the state could integrate itself more deeply into like everyday life um, while reducing the risk of uprisings and revolt and all of that stuff that was taking on during taking place during that time period. Um, and and that really did mark like a broader pattern in 19th century Europe. Okay, and it did even here in the United States. Like what I said about the War of 1812. Now you're aware that you dirty Brits came over here and burned down our capital, right? You know that, right?
Indeed.
You dirty rotten Englishmen. Now,
Yeah.
okay. Now it does seem odd though that after you guys burned down our capital, we rebuilt our capital, and then we created a police force, the same thing that was developed in England by Pill before that. That is weird to me. You know what I mean? So
Would you not argue that the American or the US police force is more based upon the European model or the
I would say
rather
it's
than the British model?
I'd say it's based more off the English model than anything else.
Mm,
Because
I'm not sure
we
if I agree
we've
with
got
that point, but
complete nonsense laws, man. Okay,
mm,
like preventative measures. Like I was talking about the littering. Okay,
yeah,
the whole idea behind littering is to set up laws that fine you because you're littering in public. It prevents bigger crimes from taking place because when you make it to where a population doesn't litter on the ground and they know that if they do get caught littering on the ground they'll be fined, that means they'll freaking understand that for each crime there's more punishment involved in it. You know what I mean? So if they're not if they take time to not litter, then that means they're not going to take time to freaking go out and freaking destroy property. You know what I mean?
it's a bit of a jump from I don't know littering to setting a building ablaze.
That's their mentality. That's the way they think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's just complete ridiculousness. But they do believe in that shit. They believe in it 100%. Okay, they create
Mm.
these minuscule laws in order to prevent bigger laws. That's their mentality.
I suppose you could argue the most obvious example of this is the sort of cannabis argument. Once you start smoking cannabis, you'll then jump onto heroin or crack, and then you're going to start holding up garages, gas stations, and mugging out little old women.
Yeah, exactly. And then I
Sort
mean,
of what?
look at pot too. Okay, cannabis. All right. Now, how many years have they been pushing the whole thing that marijuana was the gateway drug? You know, and it's been pushed repeatedly
Mhm.
over years and years and years. You know what I mean? I didn't freaking sit down one day smoking pot and say to myself, I'm gonna smoke crack today. It just that never dawned in my mind. And I've done crack. I've told you I've been a recovering drug addict and alcoholic since 2003. You know what I mean? So I can tell you honestly that when I started doing crack cocaine, it wasn't because of excessive use of marijuana. All right, that's not how it happened. But
Mm.
they wanna push that onto society to say that marijuana is the gateway drug to the rest of the drugs, and that's just a load of shit. You know what I mean? I just that is one thing that really uh, stands out to me when it comes to what you were talking about there with the drugs.
Mm.
So
But yeah. I just use that as a obvious example. What we were talking about beforehand. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you really, I mean, I agree with you on that. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
and I think that's a part of what you're talking about there. You know what I mean? I think that's a part of what I'm talking about too, about conditioning the population and making them think a certain way. You know what I mean? Because I've heard that
Mm.
shit too. You know what I mean? I remember hearing it. I never believed it even when I was doing drugs, but I couldn't tell you how many times I've heard people say that shit. You know? So it was conditioned into our mind to think that way. So now while pills reforms, they responded to like immediate concerns of policing and order. Um, Otto von Bismarck in Germany also developed a different form of prevention in response to political radicalism. During the later half of the 19th century, uh, Germany faced like a powerful socialist movement. Uh, Workers were organized in growing members, and they demanded radical change. They wanted the fall of freaking what was it I just said? I'm having another brain fart. Um, Capitalism. They wanted the end of
Yeah.
they wanted the end of capitalism. They wanted a utopian world where everybody lived off of social reform and everybody held hands and kiss trees and sing kumbaya. Okay.
Okay.
They wanted equity and equality for all. And this scared the hell out of Bismarck because Bismarck had just unified Germany and he believed in the monarchy, which the socialist movements back then were radicals who supported anarchism as well as socialism. Because you got to remember, the First International also involved the anarchists, and
Mm.
they wanted to see it all burn and built up from the ground up. They didn't want to work with governments. They wanted to rebuild governments to where the state ran everything. There was no private companies. There was no private property. There was nothing. Because we covered that last year, if you remember. You
Yeah.
know, And this scared the hell out of Bismarck. So what he ended up doing is creating these government programs based off of socialist reforms, but controlled by the government. And this helped ensure that the radical movements were halted, but at the same time, it committed the citizens of Germany to remain loyal to the monarchy and the government in order to freaking get these incentives, these government incentives. Okay. Um, Now uh, during all that, Bismarck, he 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 uh, he he, he, uh, I think, even though I don't agree with how it was all set up, I think he was actually pretty smart on that deal. You know what I mean? Because he's probably the first one that I heard that's actually done that. And I'm not a supporter of socialism or National Socialism, which I think that's what that actually is. I think it's the beginning of National Socialism. I
Yeah. Again, you have to determine what you mean by National Socialism, because there is a wide sort of spectrum there, isn't there?
well, see, nationalism was
Yeah.
originally it was originally brought together by conservative monarchists who uh, wanted to keep these monarchies going. And when we talk about ethno-nationalist movements and stuff like that, these were created out of nationalist movements that encouraged patriotism and saluting the flag and having these great heroic stories from the past. Originally, that's where nationalism started, but it got out of hand, and eventually there was ethno-nationalist movements that took place where it started segregating ethnic groups and saying that you aren't a part of our community because you don't want to conform to our ways, you know. So then that that is where nationalism eventually led to during that time period. Now, where it gets into National Socialism is where people like Bismarck took freaking national ideology and they incorporated welfare programs and socialist programs into that national ideology in order to freaking uh, in order to prevent socialism from actually taking over and rising up against the monarchies to and eventually, creating a socialist government.
So you when you use the term socialism, on the opposite side, you're talking about Marxism.
Marxism is just one phase of
I
socialism.
mean,
Every
yeah, but so is National Socialism. So
right,
yeah, I think you sort of
right.
using the two
No,
issues.
no, 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 no. I'm not. You have a hard time understanding this. Is what it is. Okay. Now, when you endorse a government that is supposed to be conservative and they are pushing socialist reform, you are a National Socialist. Period.
Okay.
When you have socialist programs that are in your government and you support them, you are a National Socialist.
Okay.
Okay. Nationalist movements don't have anything to do with welfare reform whatsoever. Okay.
So every man for himself.
No, nationalism has to do with mobilizing freaking the population of a nation in order to get them to show patriotism towards that government or that country. It also has to.
Surely that's a form of socialism in itself,
No. Mm-mm.
because you're having a group sort of concept.
You know, it's 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 not at all. Now, socialism, when now when it comes to socialism, socialism is a beast on its own because, like, we've been discussing realism, and we've also been discussing
Mhm.
ideology. Okay, um, now ideology is more in lines with socialism, which is ideological belief systems. Okay, now realism fits more in line with the pragmatic conservative monarchists. Okay, they're the ones that want to create that cold machine-like freaking bureaucracy. That's
Mhm.
that's that doesn't concern ideological beliefs or anything of that nature. It's about what works and what, you know what I mean, basically. um, Cut all that stuff out. It's really hard to fathom that, because when you think of socialism and communism, you think of a communist state that freaking wants to tell you everything that you should do and you shouldn't do. You know what I mean? But that's not necessarily how it works out. It has a lot more to do with ideology than anything else. So um, then you have anarchists, which they ended up being pretty freaking
Yeah.
methodical as well. Like they weren't the rebels that I freaking grew up thinking they were. You know what I mean? They were more about reforms too and stuff of that nature. So it kind of gets really really clouded in a lot of that. And like I've actually had to go through and read this stuff and actually pay close attention to it, because you can easily get lost in this shit. It's very, very complicated.
Question for you. Just a point. Would you argue that having a standing army for a nation, a national standing army, i.e., the defense of a nation, is a national socialist view?
No, that's the nationalist view.
Yeah, but if it's done by the agreement of the people, if the people wish to join that, is that not a form of socialism?
No, the in a national socialist country, it, the people don't make that choice. Okay, these socialist programs in a social national socialist country are set up only as incentives so that these citizens show loyalty. If they do not show loyalty, they do not get these incentives.
But if you don't join your national army, then you don't get a, let's say, a army pension. It's not an incentive.
Not not everybody wants to join the military to get a pension.
Yeah.
Not everybody wants to
So you're
join
talking
the
about
military.
enforced, enforced socialism.
Yeah, through yeah, exactly.
Okay, okay, that makes more sense now.
Right. That's what I'm. You see, when well, you get incentives. Okay, if you do this stuff. But if you don't do this, you get no incentives whatsoever.
So, so that's not technically an enforcement. That's just a choice. So again, going back to my previous point, if you want a army pension, which is an incentive,
Mm-hmm. And you have to
then
join the military. That
yeah.
right.
So national socialism
Well,
in your context, and what you're saying.
that I don't know. Well, see, back in the day when nationalism was really hitting off and starting out strong, they really didn't emphasize getting a pension. You know what I'm saying? So that would be something to look at. You know what I mean? Because like the nationalist movement was all about patriotism. You know what I mean? It was all about creating like uh, heroic stories of the past that would
Mhm.
mobilize people into being patriotic and wanting to join the military to fight for honor and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? For honor and country kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Now I would call that nationalism. Now what you're talking about right there, I don't that would be something to really look into. To be honest, that is
Now I'm just going down your train of thought. I'm just yeah,
you know.
really, I'm just going down your train of thought.
Well, it is a good subject though. It came out of your mouth, so you have to take responsibility, man.
Well, no, I'm just
Yeah,
following your lead.
it came out.
Really. I'm just following your lead.
Well, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, if you stop and think about it, you know,
Hmm.
and I've really never thought about that like that when it comes to the military. Um,
But if you're saying that any form of socialism, may that be Marxist, communist, or national socialist, or either internet or super national or national socialism. It's all about what's the word you used?
well, for
Yeah,
national
it's all about encouragement, all about
incentives,
benefit, yeah,
incentives.
incentive. Then you could make that argument about any sort of wide membership of a organisation or any wide an ideology. So
No, but yeah, whatever, dude. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys are more used to socialist programs than what we are
again,
because
I'm
we,
stressing the point, but
yeah,
from a
I mean,
logical context.
okay. So let me kind of go over this again. Okay,
Okay.
okay. So Bismarck sought to consolidate a newly unified German state under conservative control. Okay, but he feared that unaddressed social discontent could destabilize the entire political system. Okay,
Hmm.
his solution uh, was not suppression alone, which he did try to suppress in the beginning, but it was the creation of a welfare state. Okay, he introduced health insurance, accidental insurance, and old age pensions. Okay,
Hmm.
now these policies, though they were limited, like according to your guys' standards over in England d- during this time period. All right, even though they were limited by your guys' standards, they were groundbreaking at the time. Okay, now their logic was also similar to pills, uh, which was to prevent unrest by addressing uh, its underlying causes, basically. Okay. Now, providing workers with security, Bismarck hoped to blunt the appeal for social revolution, basically. Okay. Um, it didn't eliminate discontent, okay? But what these programs did is they institutionalized a, a new relationship between the state and society, where the state became responsible for the well-being of its citizens. Uh, and this was a way of maintaining political stability. Okay. Um,
Mhm.
Now, like I said, these measures they didn't eliminate discontent. Okay, but that's what it did. They wanted to maintain political stability. Um, and again, it goes back to this being a preventative principle. Okay, and it extended beyond welfare. Now, Bismarck also maintained like a careful balance when it came to alliances abroad too. Okay, and he did this in order to prevent Germany from like facing a coalition of enemies, which eventually happened because of Wilhelm II and him becoming an expansionist. Okay,
Mhm.
so Bismarck was discharged from his position by Wilhelm II, who was an expansionist, and freaking he gave up Bismarck's National Socialist policies and moved forward at trying to expand freaking Germany's power and its reach, and that's what eventually led to World War One. Okay. So that's basically where I was coming from with all of that when it comes to Bismarck and National Socialism, and how I feel that National Socialism was basically born from that idea of creating these programs in order to stabilize the country without freaking the country falling to socialist revolution. You know what I mean?
Do what we would call left-wing socialism.
Mm.
See, you're using the term socialism in two different contexts there. So I was getting a bit confused when you say socialism.
Well, National Socialism is a real thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also it's international superior nationalism, socialism. Yeah. So,
We will
yeah.
we will get
You're
into
using
the
the term socialism.
internationalism.
You are using socialism in two different contexts.
Well, see, international international politics is not just specifically about or globalism. That's a better word to say. International globalism, whatever. That's not just about socialist practices. Okay, and that right there is another good topic that we can come up with when it comes. We'll probably get into that too with this after this one. Kind of dive into that one too because that's a whole nother beast, especially when it comes to the EU and with the United Nations and stuff.
I fear that we are to need another entire series on this.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that is
Uh,
that is huge. So that's the one thing that I wanted to bring out. Like freaking pre, uh, it didn't just extend to just welfare programs. Like this, Bismarck was really big into these preventative principles. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to prevent any conflicts with surrounding freaking countries too. You know what I mean? So that it wouldn't escalate. He had just unified Germany, and he didn't want to see the destruction of Germany. So he created these relationships uh, with other surrounding governments. So that's another area that I didn't freaking mention before, which I probably should have mentioned um, beforehand. And he did all this uh, through statecraft. Okay, now statecraft is another word that we have been using tonight, which is very important because statecraft is what developed out of nationalist movements. It also developed out of national socialist movements. Um, um, it's very, very important to understand that statecraft is really, really an important term that a lot of people need to
Define
learn.
statecraft.
Statecraft is freaking the bureaucracy that you love to talk so much about that is ran out of statutes and regulations that were created by people who were hired, selected, not elected.
Okay.
What's that cool word you always say where they're you guys over in England use it a lot as government employees or something like that. Government something. Servants, yeah, civil servants is people who get a paycheck for their services. That would be the equivalence of statecraft. Regulations that are created that have absolutely nothing to do with people electing them into being. You know what I mean? Employees being hired into state jobs that instead of being elected into them, that kind of thing.
But I agree on they just cogs in the machine.
Okay,
That's how I consider.
Okay, let me mention something I've been repeatedly saying: cold, methodical machine that doesn't care about your ideology. Cogs in the machine. Yes, that's what it is.
At least in principle.
Right.
In actuality, that's a different argument. But
now the logic of prevention it continued to pretty much shape European political thought well into the 20th century. Okay, particularly after the First World War. Now that's where you get into Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi. Now, Coudenhove is probably the wrong way of saying it, but I just like saying it that way because, you know what I mean? Because first of all, it's hard saying Austrian words, So if that was wrong, I apologize. Because I know you said that the W is supposed to sound like a V, and I don't know what the V is supposed to sound like.
Again, V is to say stress on. Yeah, it's just one of these stress letters, isn't it? Yeah, I think looking at the way it's written, Coudenhove. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was basically an Austrian aristocrat and an intellectual. And he advanced the vision of European integration that extended the preventative philosophy to a continental scale. Now, he saw nationalism in he saw nationalism in the fragmentation of Europe into rival nation states as like the root cause of recurring conflicts that took place within Europe. He proposed, or basically his proposal was the creation of a pan-European federation, supranational body. This is where the term supranational comes from. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. He proposed a supranational body that would bind together the economies and the political systems of Europe. Now, this was before the EU or anything of that nature. This was even before World War II. Okay, Kalergi was talking about this stuff. Now, I do want to say something about this conspiracy that's been out there. Okay, I'm not saying
1923. He first spoke pan Europe,
right.
Europa, 1923. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So
When it comes to the ethnic groups, and that's as far as I'm going to go with that topic, yes, he did write about it. He wrote about it extensively. But I do want to make the point clear that I've found no evidence that any of those ideas that he came up with was ever incorporated into what would later become the EU. You know what I mean? There's no documented facts showing that that's actually what took place. The intermingling.
I've not read any of his own material, so
Well,
I would definitely.
he came up with writings where he felt that, well, European integration, where it was a mixing of ethnic groups into what he considered to be the pure European race, which would be intermingled with different groups of minorities and ethnic groups. Which he did write about that, but there's nothing documented that shows that like any kind of government. So
Okay,
but
that's a bit of a weird concept. Creating a singular race out of the concept of multiple races.
yeah. Now he did write about it, but that's what I wanted to kind of emphasize. I've found nothing to show that that was ever implemented into the EU or any kind of government uh, organization after the reconstruction of uh, of Europe. You know what I mean?
Because it's not related, because what happened in Europe isn't really related to race per se. It's more of a cultural argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is true. He did see nationalism in the basic fragmentation of Europe into rival nation states as the root cause of recurring conflicts that were taking place in Europe. Okay. Now, his proposal was the creation of the Pan-European Federation, or a Pan-European Federation, which during that time period, there was no EU. Okay.
I just want to point out, you may be looking at National Socialism as a racial and ethno thing, but you could argue that, again, on the same points, it's a cultural thing.
Well, we went over this in the last 3 episodes before that.
Yeah, but no, I mean, on the same point as this.
Well, racial thing. The racial thing didn't really pop up with national movements until eugenics came along, and
Okay.
the reason why that was introduced was because the monarchy was trying to show how the king and queen were elevated above the peasants because genetically they were freaking more evolved. Okay, so that allowed them to have a distinction between the superiority of the elites to
I'm
the
not sure
peasant.
if I can agree with that.
Well,
I
that's
mean, if you go back to the sort of medieval and pre-medieval era, from classical antiquity onwards, the concept of monarch is the gods
right. Okay.
um, entity, the gods sort of spokesperson on earth or in that
So
country.
so let me ask you what was happening during the time period that survival of the fittest was being introduced. What was happening to religion during that time period? It was
So what are we talking about? The Reformation onwards, the Lutheran movement,
no survival of the fittest. What
revival of fitness. What period is that?
that's during freaking the 1800s, during the
Oh,
you know what why do
not the
you
Darwin.
Darwinism? What was happening to
Yeah, but monarchs are starting to collapse, and we are seeing a restructuring of society by this point.
right? And they were collapsing because their dynasty depended on the fact that they were chosen by God themselves.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they sort of an evil. There were no gr- greater evolutionary state. Just
That
because you're
yeah, right.
chosen by somebody, doesn't mean
That
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 you
that
are
that whole
evolutionary
that
great.
whole that whole idea that they were divinely chosen by God to be king and queen was dissolving. And then when Darwinism came along, that was when eugenics came along, and these ideas that freaking they could separate people according to class, according to their race, started becoming prevalent.
Yeah, don't you're conflating class with race, and
That's
this is a
exactly what
mistake
they were
I see.
doing.
I This is a mistake I see lot, especially with the so-called modern um,
This all started because of
ideology.
this all started because of eugenics. Okay.
No, classism has been around for many, many, many
No,
centuries
when
before.
when race and eugenics was combined.
You are conflating race with class.
Yeah.
Very two different things.
No. These are historical facts, Mark. This is what took
Uh,
place.
you look at this from a very sort of American-centric sort
No,
of
no, no.
or a very modern American-centric thing.
Th-
Um,
I personally feel that you're just trying to
Actually,
defend the monarchy.
what is this? I think is it Thomas Sowell that has spoken a lot about this, about the conflation of race and class. In fact, I think even Peterson has discussed a lot about this in recent times. Yeah, um, you can be of any sort of race, but doesn't mean that you're in a sort of. Yeah, I can be white. I don't know, white European, but that doesn't mean I'm in the upper class.
So so let me get this straight. You don't believe that monarchist conservatism
No, what I'm saying
conservatives
is
that hold up, let me finish.
okay.
You don't believe that that conservative monarchists use freaking eugenics as a reason to justify that royalty was freaking genetically superior to the average class human being.
Eh, um, In some ways, yes. In some ways, no.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like saying the entire Black Lives Matter argument, isn't it? If you're black, you must be poor. You must be downtrodden because you're black. Not you must be downtrodden. You must be poor because you of you got a there is a class issue. I mean, I could have the best education in the world, being a white British person. But I could also have the worst education in the world, being a white um, British person. I don't
Yeah.
live in a mansion.
I just did a
I don't
check.
have a butler.
I just did a quick check on that, and I should have gotten this straight. It wasn't Charles Darwin's brother. It was his cousin, who me and Mr. Robot actually had a conversation with about previously, and his name was Sir Francis Galton, um,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
um, who was Charles Darwin's half cousin, not his brother. Now, he is the one who coined the term eugenics, by the way. And he wanted to prove through eugenics that that freaking certain people were not equal to other people. And that is when the whole race thing started getting involved with the classes. Okay. Before that, you know, the monarchy was able to depend on the whole idea that the royal family was divinely chosen to be the king and queen. Okay. Now with Darwinism and with science actually dispelling religious beliefs like they were losing they were losing favor. You know what I mean? People were falling out of belief when it came to this idea that kings and queens were divinely chosen. So they had to come
right.
up with something else, and that is how it eventually happened. Was through Galton and his eugenic philosophies, because he wasn't a very good man. Just put it to you that way.
Okay, yeah,
You know what I
understood.
mean?
But on the counterpoint, King Charles III is a white British citizen. I'm a white British citizen. I and therefore I am not a based upon your argument, then I would have just as much right to be the monarch as King Charles III,
You
based
should.
upon your argument.
No, wait, hold up. Let me rethink. You're talking about according to race.
Yes, that's. I'm just basing this on your argument.
No, not on my argument. On
Well,
Galton's argument.
on Goldman's argument, but
Okay. Yes, that's and not even that, because see, you're genetically not equal to what the king and queen would be, according to Galton. They have a certain elitist quality that is far superior than anything that you could ever produce as being a human being. That they're beyond your scope. They're genetically superior to you, according to what
okay,
Galton. You see what I mean?
okay,
So it didn't necessarily just have anything to do with just when it came to royalty. It didn't have to have anything to do with just being a different race or anything like that. Genetically, you were less superior than what the king and the queen and their royal family were.
I think we're going down that tangent. You're talking about populations rather than just a individual or a family.
Well, this is a part of the whole Kalergi conspiracy that has been diving around because it's something that, like I said, we need to talk about it. Just we don't need to be all rambunctious
Yeah.
and getting crazy and stuff, which I don't think we have.
Indeed.
You've been
No,
a
I don't
little
think so.
you've been a little rowdy. You woke up.
Because I fundamentally disagree with the points that you were making in relation to sort of race within a sort of
No, I'm gonna point something
within the
out.
context that
I'm
you're
gonna
using.
I'm gonna point out something about Kalergi. He was writing about the intermingling of different ethnic groups. He was talking about that. That was actually. But what I'm going back to is when it comes to the documentation that
Okay.
that consists of the European Union and everything that after World War II with the Reconstruction of Europe. I found nothing that shows that any of those writings was ever applied to governments whatsoever when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Now, Kalergi believed in creating like shared institutions and common frameworks. Uh, he believed that by doing that, Europe could prevent wars between its members, basically. Now, um, again, uh, where Pill and Bismarck was working on doing their reforms and stuff of that nature on a national level, Kalergi wanted. He thought beyond that. You know what I mean? He wanted to do it
So
on
clearly was a fantasist.
basically.
He's stating that once a country is a member of said club, for a lack of a better word,
Mhm.
they are always going to agree with the other members.
Well,
Is that even practical? Is that possible?
he
Uh,
he,
um, yeah,
he believed that if they created these shared institutions and common frameworks, uh, that the entire European continent, I guess you could say, would
context, yeah.
would prevent wars between its members. He believed that
Because
since
there will always be there will always be agreement.
well, they would always have exactly, they would have to agree on things that took
Everything
place. Yes,
being
exactly.
reality, which
Oh.
again is laughable. Is
Now, according to popular belief, his preventative visions, they weren't about controlling urban unrest or containing socialism. Okay, they were more about addressing like the structural causes of war, basically. You know what I mean? Um, but by the time his life came into being, you know what I mean? You take a look at Europe. I mean, Europe was just riddled with one war after the other. So I know that it had to have been on the forefront of a lot of intellectuals' minds about
Europe itself wasn't individual countries within Europe.
on massive
There is a
amounts. dude,
It's a difference.
I told you about the list I made of wars that consisted of at least 5 countries
Yeah,
allied together.
how many countries in Europe?
Well, dude, I'm just saying, like, I was able to list off at least 6
Granted,
freaking wars, dude, within the Age of
but
Enlightenment.
how many wars have happened in Europe since that period?
That's a good question. Probably more. But
Besides one.
with
But
but with 5 countries as allies on either side. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, like
I
five
mean,
actual.
what was the original European Commission? 12 countries.
Hmm.
And so, all right, carry on.
Okay, now clergy not only advocated cooperation, but he also uh, advocated for the gradual erosion of destructive national rivalries through like economic and cultural integration. Um, now, even even though his vision wasn't really realized in his lifetime, uh, that right there resonated with post-war leaders who sought to ensure that the things that happened in World War II wasn't ever going to happen again. Okay, so the Second World War basically underscored like the urgency of preventative structures, um, the ethnic and nationalist tensions that had long simmered in Europe, um, and eventually exploded into genocidal violence as well as like imperial aggression under Hitler's regime. Um,
Mm.
is a good example. Now, the collapse of European order because of all this made it clear to these people that a new approach was needed. So after the war, Reconstruction basically drew heavily on the lessons of the past, and states began to expand welfare systems. Um, and these welfare systems were in the Bismarckian mold. Um, and that was to basically secure domestic stability, like I said before. And to do that, they created bureaucratic institutions. Uh,
Actually, this leads us quite neatly into Jean Monnet. And I've got a quote here in front of me, which actually sort of spells up that entire argument, which Monet produced in 1956, which goes, Europe's nations should be guided towards a superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but which will irrevocably lead to federation.
mhm.
So what he's saying is what you're just saying there. So
Right.
yeah.
Yep. Now, much like Pill's professional police, too, okay, they were expanded to manage economies, um, housing, and employment. Okay, um, so that's basically what these welfare systems were done. They were set up as bureaucratic institutions, and their job was to basically, uh, to do that, they were to manage these economies, the housing and the employment. And the most important thing about all this is Kalergi's supranational ideas. Okay, they really did gain traction uh, because most of these leaders realized that well they were actually pretty freaking terrified. They were nervous that and that they wanted to prevent another conflict um, from happening, and they felt that that required building together like the core industries, um, uh, or binding together. Basically, would be the best way of saying it. Binding together like the core industries of war, and this led to the creation of the European coal and steel community in the early
Okay.
1950s during the time period where you just read that quote.
Mm.
Okay. Now, by
Coal
pulling,
still being two
yeah,
of the three most important um, substances,
resources,
material, resources. Third being oil, in a sort of modern industrial
right?
society.
Exactly.
Um, was it not Rommel that understood that and stated that that an army? In fact, Rommel's success um, in North Africa was all about recognizing that um, the need for oil, and hence ability was able to drive out or created Dunkirk. Drove out the Brits, us British, in 1941, 42,
I think it was
because he was able to strangle access, or restrict our access to oil.
right.
Yeah.
And if you take a look at the Blitzkrieg and the formation that it took, okay, when the Blitzkrieg was performed, everybody always thinks that like Hitler spread out and just went east and west, and that wasn't the truth. Okay, if you look at the direction that he went, okay, he didn't even bother with England, dude. He created an entire circle that went all the way around. It came to the edge of England and France, spread down to the northern Africa, didn't even bother the rest of Africa, then went over to the Middle East. He created an entire circle, and that entire region that he hit was the oil producing areas during that time period.
Hmm.
So he knew that controlling the oil supply was important, and nobody
Um, uh,
ever thinks about that.
and arguably, this is why we aided in the creation of U.S., Britain, and France. Aided in the creation of what is now Saudi Arabia, and arguably you could make an argument about the creation of the Israel-Palestine, the original Balfour Treaty,
Mhm.
um,
But see,
because
the whole thing about pulling coal and steel production under the supranational authority, France, Germany, along with other European states, wanted to ensure that no single country could unilaterally rearm without others knowing.
hmm,
Okay. Um, Now, coal and steel, like we said, were the foundations of war industries. So placing them under shared oversight was a preventative measure of basically the highest order, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? So if they were if they were controlled under shared oversight, that means that they would constantly be monitored by these countries. You know what I mean?
Okay, we're talking about post World War II now, because
Right.
I mean, after all, Hitler managed to successfully do it, didn't he? Because the what's the what was the treaty that ended World War One?
The one I know is from Versailles.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
the
because it was
Versailles.
limited the ability or limited the production ability of Germany,
Hmm.
and Hitler's early leadership. He managed to increase the production ability, but with which is breaking that treaty, which broke that treaty, but without anybody really realizing what was happening at the time.
Right. Now the
Mm.
logic, okay, with all this, it was entirely consistent with Pill and Bismarck's earlier reforms. Okay, but it applied on a new scale. Okay,
Mm.
it institutionalized corporation cooperation basically in a way that preempted conflict uh, by making war both economically irrational and logistically impossible without collective agreement. So, in other words, for any of these wars like World War One or World War Two to break out, it would have to be a collective agreement among these countries. You know what I'm saying? And this is their logic. So this is where it kind of even gets farther from where you said that they were living in a fantasy land. They're living more in a fantasy land, wouldn't you say?
If there isn't sufficient oversight on that,
Well, I mean,
then yes.
well, I mean that they're calling it a collective oversight of these countries with this um, oil and or with the coal and steel community, right?
Okay.
As long as they have a collective oversight of this, that means that freaking the only way this kind of war could ever break out again is if there was a collective agreement that they were all going to break out into a war, you know, and they would all know that something was up because they were all monitoring the coal and steel industry within Europe.
So when we get to the 1970s and see the um, reduction in coal production in Europe, you are stating that that is directly related to this.
Well, I think the programs had to evolve, and that's later where we go from the steel and coal community to what you're always talking about with the more up to date organizations that eventually formed into the European Union. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Um, because, yeah, like you said, well, coal, believe it or not, coal is still the biggest competitor when it comes to the oil industry. You know what I mean? A lot of people think that that's not the case, that it's an outdated fuel, but it's not. Coal is still around. It's just,
Yeah. How China and India is building coal. Well, biggest coal producers in the world, aren't they? Well,
mhm.
yeah.
Now the coal and steel community It wasn't just an economic arrangement. Okay, it was a political experiment when it comes to supernatural national governance. Um, its success basically paved the way for like deeper integration, leading to the European Economic Community and later the European Union. Um, each step that took place reflected the uh, preventative principle. Institutions this not designed not simply like to react to crises, but to prevent them from reshaping the conditions under which states interacted. You know what I mean? Now, the path from the coal and steel community to German reunification in the European Union, it was pretty complex. But the underlying theme of preventative statecraft always remained central to this, okay? The division of Germany during the Cold War, it symbolized like the fragility of Europe, all right? For the longest time, everybody looked at the division of Germany and it showed how fragile Europe was. You know what I mean? And if you look at Europe and you look at what we were just talking about, all these wars that have occurred throughout history in Europe, you see that it is a very fragile freaking continent, constantly riddled with war, and it's always been that way.
Well, if you're going to have multiple countries on one landmass, of course you're going to have war sooner or later.
Dude, when people farted the wrong way in Europe, there was a war. Okay.
I mean, that what makes Britain somewhat unique, because we've got that big amount of water around us. It's very hard to
That little
uh,
bit of water saved your asses, dude.
yeah, precisely.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's why I don't really include England into Europe, to be honest with you.
Or Britain, yeah.
You know what I mean? Britain, I don't really include them in. You're the one that keeps insisting on adding it into Europe when I know damn well.
Well, we are still
Whatever.
well, we are still European. We
European.
are still in the continent of Europe.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion. I'm just a lowly American over here making my judgment call.
You are You are from the country United States of America. You are from the continent of North America.
Okay.
Just to, because again, you can, if you're going to make that argument, then you can say Canada or Jamaica or Mexico or
Yeah.
Cuba is technically Latin America, so the South American part of the continent, or it's actually two continents, isn't it? But yeah,
Now,
but same difference there.
now, when it comes to West Germany, this is something. Now, West Germany embraced integration with Western Europe. Okay, and they did it as a way to like secure, or it did itself in a way, did it as a way for it to secure itself economically and politically. You know what I mean? In the European whole context. Now, this right here was very much in line with what Kalergi's vision was. Now, this also goes along with the lessons of Bismarck and Peel as well. For For that, I'm talking about economic security, social reform, uh, and collective institutions. That they were the tools used to prevent instability. You know, in basically, a continent that was scarred by conflict. You know, um, so when German reunification occurred in the late 20th century, which me and you were both born by that time and watched on television. Uh, it was possible largely because of the stability created by European integration. Okay, now West Germany's deep ties to European institutions reassured its neighbors that a unified Germany wouldn't return uh, to aggressive nationalism like it had before. Okay.
I'm not so sure if I can agree with
Now
your.
think about it. I thought about this too. Now think about this. Okay, out of all the countries in Europe, what would be the flagship?
Yeah, no, I agree with that point. What I'm saying is, I don't agree that your previous point about a strong Europe aid sort of forced the fall of the Soviet Union, and therefore the creation of unified Germany. Because I'm looking at this from a sort of economic situation. Um, in the 70s and 80s, it was all about a race to, or it was an economic race, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
And really, yeah, um, uh, you could argue that the Soviet Union just lost that economic race, and hence the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Now let me
Well,
repeat what I
partially,
said.
partially.
Let me repeat what I said here. I said economic
Okay,
security, social welfare, and collective institutions. Those were the tools that were
okay,
used. You know what I mean? And they
okay.
were used to prevent instability. You know what I mean? So that's the one thing that people don't realize either. And I'm glad you mentioned that about the economic race, because that's what it was all about. It was all about economic security. Now the Soviet Union fell because its economic security had fallen. I mean, they weren't defeated. They just gave up, and that's you know what I mean. It's like they
Gorbachev did try to
their economy fell.
aid. Gorbachev tried to back in the 80s with the Perestroika regime changes, but it was arguably too little, too late.
Mhm. All
Yeah.
right. Now, like I said, the reunification of Germany uh, occurred basically largely because of the stability that was created by European integration. You know, by the time that happened, West Germany did have deep ties to European institutions. Um,
Mhm.
uh, and that put a lot of faith in their neighbors. Uh, like I said, that they wouldn't become an aggressive uh, nationalist country, and the reason for that was because West Germany was like the freaking it was the the model of what would eventually become the EU. I mean, it was created by these same countries that frickin' was supervised by the United States and frickin' England and all of these other superpowers that were frickin'
But
watching.
West Germany wouldn't be able to be a aggressive nationalistic country because for the last 40 odd years it's been forced to under the sort of Soviet Marxist or Leninist Marxist regime, the Soviet regime. So
I'm talking about East Germany. You're talking about East Germany. I'm talking about
sorry, East
West.
Germany, sorry, West Germany.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
West
yeah. Sorry,
Germany.
East Germany. Sorry, yeah, yeah. But West Germany was totally integrated into a more modern Europe anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Guess
So
what?
it would not have been it
It
would,
it
there's
would have
no
been this.
possibility.
It would have been, yeah. It would have been the starship for the frickin' EU. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? I mean, it was, you know, Germany point blank makes perfect sense to be like in the center of what the EU is. You know what I mean? Because frickin' it was created by these people. They took it from the Reconstruction of Europe and just built freaking the EU in this area. You know what I mean? And then when the EU was established, everybody's like, "Well, why they got this?"
European Commission, EEC, probably the EU at this point.
Well, did you really think that with the European Commission that it was going to end up having something to do with Germany?
Well, yeah, it's one of the 12 founding members in Britain, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Belgium. I have to look up the other members, but yeah, one of the first founding 12 members,
Right.
hence the original 12 sides.
No, this is where it gets deeper because the European Union, which emerged out of earlier integration projects like you're talking about,
The
that
European
basically
Economic Commission. Yeah.
that basically provided a framework within which German power was balanced by shared governance. Okay, because you got to remember, West Germany was shared. It was shared governance among these countries, the United States included. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah, originally the US, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union.
right. Now
But
this,
yeah, the French didn't really have much power. So yeah, really Britain, um, the US, and the Soviets.
right. Now this to me was the culmination of the preventative logic. Okay, by binding Germany into a supranational system, Europe then addressed the very fears that had basically haunted the entire continent since the 19th century. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm.
it was basically, like I said, the flagship. It was like, look at what we've done. You know what I mean? We've created this new freaking Germany, and it was basically the model that eventually gave way to freaking the European Union.
Actually, mistake. The original European Economic Commission, as founded in 1957 by the Treaty of Rome, it was only six of 12. Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. Right? One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. What's some Okay, Britain might have been a latter member.
Mhm.
Okay. But yeah, as based upon the treaty film, 1956, 57, 56. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
Oh, that's fine. Now, what I want to do is I want to also point out that when you look back across all this, the similarities between Pill, Bismarck, and Kalergi, they become even more clear. You know what I mean? Because all three of them represented responses to crisis of order. You know what I mean? Peel sought to prevent crime and urban unrest. Bismarck sought to prevent socialist revolution, and Kalergi sought to prevent war between nations. Now, each of them recognized that the state couldn't simply react to crisis after they occurred, uh, but they had to reshape structures in advance to reduce the likelihood of conflict. Okay. The coal and steel community, German reunification, and the European Union all represent the extension of this principle into modern Europe. Okay.
All
Uh,
right.
Now, at the same time, there were differences in scope and ambition. Okay. Like I mentioned before, Pill's reforms were rooted in a national concern for policing. Bismarck in a national concern for welfare, and clergy uh, was in a more continental concern for peace. Now, even though all three shared a uh, a preventative ethos, I guess you could say, um, what changed over time was the scale of the problem. Now, in the 19th century, the immediate threats were crime and worker unrest. Okay, by the 20th century, the threat was existential war, and that was on a continental scale. So that was basically uh, what it was. It just that's what changed over time. It was the scale of the problem, but the problem was always there. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Now, each phase of governance adapted the same logic to new realities. The broader history of Europe after the Second World War shows that preventative governance became a prominent feature in political life. Welfare states expanded to include universal health care, education, and housing. Supranationalist institutions grew into powerful bodies that were capable of shaping national policies. Policing and bureaucratic oversight became more professionalized and widespread. And according to what they presented to us, the goal was always the same, to prevent the conditions that led and had produced the catastrophes in the past. Okay. So German unification and the expansion of the European Union in Eastern Europe represented the culmination of this project by integrating former rival states into a shared framework. Europe sought to ensure that the ethnic and nationalist tensions that had once torn it apart would be contained. And that's basically what it's always been about. They have this huge fear of something happening again that's going to cause World War One or World War Two, or maybe the culmination of both. You know what I mean? And that is what's driven them to become what they have become today. And they're
Well, yeah. Up to today, I don't know if it's a relevant fear now.
I don't,
That's an argument.
I think what's going on in Europe is really like the culmination of fear that's like hyperbolic. You know what I mean? Like it's so out of hand now they don't even know what the hell they're afraid of.
Indeed.
You know,
Well,
I
it's yeah, it's just a. It's not even a fear thing, no, isn't it? It's just a um, control mechanism.
yeah,
And remember, we are not, and in the current form, the European Union is not even a democratic premise as is a pseudo uh, democracy. It is controlled by by what is the modern European Commission, which
mhm,
is an unelected member. Von Leyen, Ursula von Leyen, was voted in by non democratically. She's technically a non democratic leader.
right. Supernatural, supranational institutions. Now, understand, I did say that. I said institutions.
Hmm.
Okay. Um, Policing and bureaucratic insight. Okay. Now this all became freaking professionalized, and it also became widespread in Europe. It got so out of hand that freaking these supranational institutions were so powerful that they were capable of shaping national policies. Okay, and I'm talking about institutions. I'm not talking about
Hmm.
freaking governments. I'm not talking about freaking representation by freaking the individual. I'm talking about supranational institutions.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. The European Commission itself
Exactly.
decides on what is voted upon. And if you ever see voting what they vote or what the European Union votes upon, it's so convoluted. It's if each bill is even more convoluted than what you see in the US.
Well,
Um,
nothing could be more convoluted than what we see in Britain. No,
I don't know.
let's just bring it out.
A lot of
Hold
British
on.
legislation is quite straightforward. You
Now hold on. You've been having some issues about things going on in England since we are at the end of the time here. Let's bring that up because I know it's
Okay,
been
granted,
irking at you. It's been
recently with things like um, the online safety act and things, but within recent times, agreed. But prior to the last couple of governments, legislation has always been somewhat um, well less convoluted than let's just say.
well, I mean that's the reason. After doing this, I think it's perfect timing for you to bring that out because freaking you got to admit I would say within the last 5 years, freaking England has just freaking gone off the freaking rail, dude. That's the only way I can say it. It really has, and I'm not even talking about one side or the other. I'm saying all of it is freaking
Again, I go back all the way back to Blairism, the concept that Blair created back in from '97 onwards,
you know.
which has affected all of the world. I mean, even the US. Let's not pretend that Tony Blair, and the Blair Foundation are one of the most influential and dangerous entities out there at this present moment.
Well, Blair had a lot of ties. when it came to
Mm,
things like APAC. You know
mm.
what I mean? Now, APAC and Blair and Israel had very, very close ties politically. And with me, I find it disturbing that everything has turned into ethno nationalism. And like today, we have to freaking tolerate this news that pertains to nothing but ethnic politics and gender identity. You know, that really, really drives me nuts because I've actually done research into this stuff that
Yeah.
we've been discussing here, you know, and I know the potential dangers that are involved with this kind of stuff.
But
Uh,
this is being pushed on a sort of globalist scale, so this isn't really a national concept per se. This is more
I,
supernatural. This is
it's,
national.
this
This
is
is more.
this has evolved into like you said, supranational, institutional,
Mm,
well, just supranational ideology. It's you know, I mean, yeah, you can't say that it's not nationalist, or you can't say that it's nationalist, but it affects each nation on a separate um, terms. You know what I'm saying? Because like when you take a look at England, England has the issue, and it has it going on with what's going on in England. But then you go to Canada, and Canada has the same issue, but with things that pertain to Canada. You know what I mean? They're not talking shit about the stuff going on over in England. They're talking about the stuff going on supposedly in Canada, and then in the United States it's the same here too. You know what I mean?
yeah, again, people looking at these issues from such a closeted viewpoint, from such a blanket viewpoint. I've always been of the opinion that the you've got to look at this from a wide issue. I mean, how many times have I criticised people? And a lot of the previous shows, may it be the Fixins or Gnocchi or Blurb or whatever, have I mentioned that people are looking at these issues from a very sort of their own from only their own country, and done
Perspectives.
it with Jaffe quite a few times, sometimes,
Mm.
and said, well, maybe you should look at this from a wider perspective. Look what's happening in Europe. Look what's happening in China. Look, or wherever is related to the topic at the time.
Look at what's happening in New Zealand. You know,
Mm, indeed.
of all places, man, for this kind of crazy shit to go on, you'd have never imagined it happening in New Zealand, but it's happening in New Zealand too.
I disagree. If you remember, what was it? Christian Erdogan, previous prime minister, during the COVID lockdown.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you remember her sort of approach.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, she had a that she had a unique way of doing it. You know what I mean? But she was also shut down. That's the thing.
Yeah, but she was just pushing the same sort of rhetoric as we saw in countries like Canada and Britain and a lot of
Yeah,
European,
you,
even in
you
various US states.
yeah. So it's kind of an eye opener when you look at all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Now I'm done with the talking points. I'm finished. I don't want to talk anymore. My head hurts. My throat hurts. And we've done a good job. We actually went to 4 hours and 20 minutes, dude.
I told you last night that I did say last night that I could imagine this one's going to be a long one. Was great.
Well, this like I said, I'm really glad that you brought Pill up because Pill freaking just believe it or not, this might have been a little bit boring to some people, but this actually opened a gateway connecting all this stuff because of Pill. Believe it or not. Now I
Actually, I was going to say the point of Peel at the time. I was looking at it from a slightly different sort of. I was thinking on a slightly different sort of approach. I was thinking about the entire argument about policing by consent. But yeah, we sort of covered by that. We've covered that. We've actually been able to mesh that into the other subjects.
Right.
Um,
And the policing thing too, okay? Like you were talking about the freaking Protection Act, okay? This stuff is going on in Europe. It really is going on, and this is a
It's
form of
happening in the US. It's happening
right.
in all westernized countries.
I mean, this is policing. You know what I mean? This is a protocol that they've had for quite a long time, and I really believe that they're trying to freaking crack down on people freaking having the amount of freedom that they've had since since the growth of the internet and being able to interact with each other like me and you're doing right now. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
20 years ago, we couldn't have done this. You know, and I believe
We could, but it would be so long and
hard.
convoluted.
It would be
Yeah.
hard. It would be really really hard. And now we can just do it. You know what I mean? You're in England, I'm in freaking the United States, and we're having a live stream on on the internet. You know what I mean? We couldn't have done that back in the '90s. You know?
Arguably, we could have. Um, remember, I was doing when I was doing internet development for SME back in what 2001, 2002, 2003. I was using an Indian outsourcing company, so I was at the time communicating with India from Britain on a weekly,
With
every other day.
video, with video.
Uh, no, it was mainly voice.
Mhm. Which
Pretty.
even voice is pretty powerful too. Um,
Mm.
but what I'm saying is like this stuff that's going on now is policing in its purest form. It's preventative freaking measures that they're trying to enforce, and they're trying to squelch, uh, you know, dissidents. Basically, is the best word I can do. You know what I mean? And I really think that's what it's coming down to. Like their old ways of policing just aren't working. You know what I mean? And their system is falling apart. And it's time for Europe to realize that, or they're going to end up freaking going right back into another world war. And this one's going to be scary because it's not going to have borders. It's going to be it's going to be huge. It's going to be individuals, and
But I could make the same argument with the US.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying all of us world war,
Yeah.
dude, and there's not going to be any borders. That's the crazy part about it. Like this is going to be one of those wars where there's not going to be any borders. It's going to be freaking ideologies facing off against one another.
It's not well, wars come and go. Sure, people die. Omelets and eggs argument. We've had, I know it sounds a bit crass here, but in reality, that's what it is. The more important issue to concern is what happens after the war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are at 4 hours and 26 minutes. Before we go, I want you to tell everybody where they can find you, Mark Edworthy, because I've got to
Okay.
pee.
um, uh, where can you find me? Simple enough. Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. And you guys can find me at minds.com as well as Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on Teams at Live with Roger Hanson. I've opened a community there called Live with Roger Hanson, which will cover all of this stuff on every channel that I've got, including the Praetorian. So you can find me there. Now, other than that, I am on Discord, but that doesn't have anything to do with this kind of stuff. It has to do with video games, weird, strange, and bizarre shit. So you don't, if you're not into the weird, the strange, and the bizarre, you probably don't want to contact me on Discord. And if you're not into video games. But you can find me on there as Infamous or Gaming with Infamous is my server there, as well as the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, other than that, we do live stream on Rumble, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. On YouTube and Rumble, I have my channels, The Praetorian, on Kick, and on Twitch, or on Kick and DLive, I go by Roger_Hanson, and on Twitch, I am Infamous 1979 or 1969 or 73. 1960.
I think, yeah. I think so. 973. I think. Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Back. Yeah, I wonder what was happening.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I have no
973,
idea what
yeah.
that was about. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch. Okay, so you can find me on Twitch at Infamous 1973, and other than that, I'm alone by myself in the room watching my computer and doing cool stuff. So you thought I was going to say something horrible, didn't you, Mark?
Uh,
You don't know what to expect. But anyhow, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed watching, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, leave comments down in the comment section, guys. And I hope you enjoyed this show. And if you did, let us know, I hope you guys have a good day. And with that, I am going to end the stream. You got anything to say, Mark?
I think I've said enough tonight.
Yeah, it's time to go to sleep. Yeah. So I will talk to you guys later, and I will see you.